come to order. Welcome to the September 14th, 2020 meeting of the City of Raleigh Board of Adjustment. My name is Rodney Swink and I'm chair of the board. I'm joined today by board members John Koontz, Donald Mile, Kathy Rudisell, Justin Sutton, Stephen Kinney, and Michael Rainey. The Board of Adjustment is a quasi-judicial body that is governed by the North Carolina General Statutes and the city's Unified Development Ordinance. We conduct evidentiary hearings on requests for variances, design adjustments, design alternates, and special use permits, among other requests. The Board of Adjustment assures that the due process rights of the parties are protected when hearing cases. Since today's meeting will be conducted remotely, in addition to the general quasi-judicial rules, today's hearings will be conducted in accordance with state statutes that allow for remote quasi-judicial evidentiary hearings during the current COVID-19 states of emergency. Each applicant on today's agenda was notified before being placed on today's agenda. This meeting would be conducted using a remote electronic platform and has consented to the board conducting the evidentiary hearing on their application using this remote platform. Notice of today's remote meeting was also provided in several ways, including mailed notice to all property owners within 100 feet of each subject property. All presentations, documents, exhibits, or other materials that will be submitted at today's evidentiary hearings were posted online in board docs prior to this meeting. These materials can be viewed at any time during today's meeting by visiting www.raleighnc.gov/board-adjustment and clicking the link to view the agenda. Finally, at any time a participant has issues with the technology, please send a message to the moderator. Las Perez is moderating this meeting. Chat function has been disabled for this meeting for all participants and the board members, except for the ability to message the moderator if you have technical difficulties. Before we begin the evidentiary hearings on today's agenda, I would ask our attorney to briefly explain for the participants how we will be conducting today's evidentiary hearings.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Swink. My name is Catherine Hoffman-Hill, and I'm the attorney for the Raleigh Board of Adjustment. Today's hearings will proceed very similar to a regular in-person meeting with just a few minor adjustments. First, all witnesses must be sworn in. Because of the remote format, any individual who signed up to speak, as well as the city participants, have already signed a written oath form, which will be reaffirmed on the record as they testify today. All participants have also already provided their written consent to today's remote meeting. So we'll start each case with staff giving a presentation. The applicant will then be acknowledged to present their case and witnesses. We will acknowledge the attorney or applicant for each case first as the point person for the applicant. As a reminder to participants, you have provided your potential documents, presentations, exhibits, and other materials ahead of the meeting, but please make sure to submit your evidence into the record when you present your case. Following the applicant, anyone else here in support will be given an opportunity to speak. Then the opponents will be given an opportunity to speak. After each opponent, the applicant will be given the opportunity to ask questions. The applicant will also have the opportunity for any rebuttal or closing statements. When the testimony is complete, we will close the evidentiary hearing. The board members will deliberate and vote on the case. So we'll now conduct the evidentiary hearings on today's agenda. We're going to start really quickly by having the chair reaffirm the oath for all potential staff members for today's cases. So we can start with Keegan McDonald, planning staff case presenter.
Keegan, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Eric Hodge, planning staff.
Eric, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Eric, are you muted?
Sorry, I do.
Okay.
Okay, Justin Rometta.
Justin, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Daniel King, transportation.
Daniel, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And finally, we have Bradley Kimbrell with transportation.
Bradley, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Are you muted?
No, I'm not muted.
Could you say it again, please? I didn't hear.
I do swear.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I just didn't hear your answer. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're now going to call the cases in the order that they appear on the agenda. I'm going to conduct the first evidentiary hearing, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Swink, the board's chair, to conduct the remaining hearings and finish out the agenda. So the first case is 1217 Lorimore Road. Susan Mixon is the applicant. This is a request for a special use permit, BOA case 0014-2020. We have 8 people signed up to participate. It would probably be best if we go ahead and just reaffirm everybody's oath quickly on the record. So we'll start with Sharon Mixon. Please state your name and address, and then Mr. Swink will reaffirm your oath. So Sharon Mixon.
Sharon Mixon, 1217 Lorimer Road.
Okay, Ms. Mixon, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Arthur Mixon.
Arthur Mixon, 1405 Onslow Road.
Okay, Mr. Mixon, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Donna Burford.
Donna Burford, 1495 Gum Springs Church Road.
Ms. Burford, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Susan Hoggard.
Yes, Susan Hoggard, 1320 Onslow Road.
Okay, Ms. Hoggard, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, Cheryl Slavinsky.
Yes, 307 Keswick Lane. I'm actually in Clayton now. I'm a former neighbor. And go ahead.
Okay, Ms. Slavinsky, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Meredith Moodyman.
Hi, yes, Meredith Mudeman, 3724 Eakley Court.
Ms. Mudeman, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Mark Daly.
Hi, my name is Mark Daly. I live at 1213 Lorimer Road.
Mr. Daly, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, and our final person is Carolyn Parker.
I'm Carolyn Parker. I live at 1218 Lorimer Road.
Ms. Parker, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's everybody for the case sworn in. So we'll start with the staff presentation, and Keegan McDonald is the staff presenter.
Thank you. Allow one moment as I pull up the PowerPoint. Okay, first I'll just start off by reading the nature of request. Whereas Sharon Mixon, applicant and property owner, requests a special use permit pursuant to sections 673E and 1029 of the Unified Development Ordinance to operate a live-work accessory use dog training within a detached house on a 1.05 acre property zoned R4 and SR POD located at 1217 Lorimer Road. As you can see from the nature of request, this is related to a live-work permit that will be conducted within a residential dwelling. Live-work is a type of accessory use, and in this case, the request is for dog training. I will show you an image of the property survey so you can see the dwelling where the dog training will take place and the driveway and parking area as well. A little bit of history. This particular request was actually initiated due to a notice a violation that occurred earlier in the year. It's my understanding in speaking with zoning enforcement that operations have ceased since approximately February or March when the applicant applied for the special use permit. They are again seeking to conduct dog training within the residence for young dogs ages 8 to 16 weeks. Hours of operation indicated in the application will be from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. There will be no overnight stays for puppies and or dogs. Training sessions will occur in 2, 4, and 6 hour increments and may involve a short consultation with the dog owner following the session. However, no more than 5 persons will ever be on the premise at one time. The applicant, however, has not specified the number of dogs that will be kept at one time, only stating that they will all be kept within the residence. There are crates and office space set aside within the residence as part of the live work unit. Training, again, will take place solely within the residence. However, there is some communication from the applicant that they may wish to conduct leash training on the public sidewalk. I will note that the definition for a live work unit and or permit is an occupation that provides a service or product that is conducted wholly within a residential dwelling that allows employees, customers, clients, or patrons to visit. So I just wanted you to have that context. In addition, there are a number of showings related to special use permits, which are standard across all such types of requests. And in addition, there are 14 use standards. The applicant has provided responses to those use standards, and I have noted or included them, in your report. The only other piece of information I wish to provide to you at this time is the applicant also owns animals and fosters other animals as well that will be separate from the business but will reside on the property generally. I think that concludes my portion of the presentation. There is these 2 additional photos that were provided just showing fencing that it currently exists on the left versus fencing that did exist on the right. Speaking with the applicant, it's my understanding there used to be some types of dog activities for dogs related to the business that was operating previously that were conducted outside. However, they moved that more extensive fencing and put in place shorter fencing only for the dogs owned by the applicant and property owner. Again, in the application, they have stated that none of the dog training activities will take place outside the residence except for potentially leash training, which would occur on the public sidewalk, presumably adjacent or nearby the residence. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to provide any additional background information. If not, I know there are a number of people who have signed up to speak after me. Thank you.
Okay, does anybody on the board have any questions for Keegan before we hear from the applicant?
I do have one question. It may be for Keegan and it may be for you, Ms. Hill. It's regarding precedent. This is an R4 district, and this is a use that's not allowed, hence the special use permit request. If this were to be allowed by the board, does that set a precedent for other R4 districts? I understand each case is viewed on its own merits, but would this open the door to this to other R4 situations?
So I think you kind of answered your question in there about being on its own merits. So it is under the UDO, this use is allowed in the R4 district as long as you get a special use permit from the board and you the applicant provides evidence, substantial material competent evidence to satisfy each of those standards. So as you indicated, it's going to be based on each individual case and whether the applicant meets their burden. So it's not really comparable one case to another.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board questions before we hear from the applicant? Okay, Sharon Mixon is the applicant. We'll hear from Ms. Mixon now.
Okay, thank you for your time. Everybody can hear me okay?
Could you speak up, please?
Okay, you can hear me okay now?
Thank you.
Yes. So my name is Sharon Mixon. I am a professional dog trainer. I wanted to give you a little backstory, which you've already heard most of from Keegan. On February 3rd, Mrs. Lopez knocked on my door and let me know I was in violation of a zoning code. I previously had registered my business with the city, and I was unaware that I needed a special use permit to operate my business from my house. So she gave me two options. She said I could stop the operation as of March 23rd, or I could apply for a permit. And I have done both. Obviously, that's why I'm here, is applying for the permit. Also that zoning violation that case was closed. The violation has been resolved and case closed as of April 29th. So I just wanted that for the record. If there are any screenshots of business that I used to do 6 months ago, that was in the past, and I no longer have a Rover account or do any of that business. I've not done any work in the last 6 months. I also wanted since then. You can see from the first two pictures got a little slideshow here. I'm not sure if Keegan can make my slideshow go, because there we go. Yes, in those January 2020, I had a tall 6-foot fence and I allowed puppies to socialize in that area. I got rid of that fence and I just have a small area for my dog. Also, let's see. So the next thing I wanted to talk about is the 14 standards. I've tried to be really specific in each one of these 14 standards, how I believe I fit right in. I learned about the requirements of all of that. And yeah, that's number one. Yeah, I learned all about it and I plan to run my business accordingly. Number two, this is my house. I plan to live here until the day I die. Number three, I don't think I'll ever have any employees. Number four is I wanted to make it a little more clear, give everybody more of a visual. I know some people have already seen my Facebook page. I do everything public. 6 months ago, you could see how I would socialize the dogs inside my home. So I bring puppies in the house and we work on proper house manners, like crate training, not jumping, not mouthing on people, not getting into the trash, appropriate chewing. I am planning in the future to do this in 2, 4, or 6 hour increments of time. My business hours will be from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. I think, so numbers 5 through 13 are pretty cut and dry. I don't need any signage. I'm talking to everybody ahead of time. Number 14, you'll notice from that property survey earlier, I have a long driveway, and what I plan is for people to pull all the way into my driveway and pull into the carport where they can let their dog out, which is a nice little convenient thing for the pet parents. If it's a rainy day, we don't have to deal with any wet dogs. So out of the 1 through 14, I feel like I fit into these standards perfectly. A couple other things that I wanted to mention. So after the standards, I have been a professional dog trainer since 2001. For 10 years, I worked at PetSmart as the area pet training instructor. In that time, I trained over 100 humans to become PetSmart dog trainers. And with an average of 5 to 15 dogs that signed up for my class each week, that means that I've worked with over 4,850 dogs in this area. So I feel like I have a skill to offer people. A couple other things I'm really proud of that I wanted to mention is I do a lot of dog rescue work. I have personally rehomed over 20 dogs that have found their forever homes that I've worked with over the years. Right now, I am a board member of Animal Advocates Coalition, and I'm also very involved in other animal rescue groups. And I have one more slide. I've also been a volunteer and a mentor for Canine Companions for Independence since 2002. That organization has been around for over 45 years, and it creates service dogs for free for people with disabilities. It's an all-volunteer organization that I have been part of for a long time. So, you know, I like to think that I have not been a nuisance to my neighbors, even though I have had plenty of dogs over the 8 years that I've lived here come and go from the house. I plan to do things, to go by these 14 standards, and I think I fit in properly to all that. And I welcome any questions anybody has, or I guess we could save that for after the witnesses and such.
Okay, does anybody on the board have any questions for Ms. Nixon before we hear from the other people who have signed up to speak?
Yes, this is Don. I have one question.
Okay, go for it.
Ms. Mixon, with you doing the rescue and the dog training, will that overlap or have any effect in terms of the number of dogs or the number of patrons that you may have at your home at any given time?
Well, to be completely honest, I have been putting my dog rescuing stuff on hold. Animal Advocates Coalition is a lot more about advocating to prevent dogs from going into the shelter. We can pull dogs from the shelter, but I really have not been bringing foster dogs into my house in quite a while because I want to focus my time on making money and not focus my time on the nonprofit stuff that I do. So I typically will take 1 or 2 foster dogs if it comes up, but I have not been doing that because I've been, well, one, we've been in the middle of a pandemic, and I've been wanting to just focus my time on making money on the dogs that are in my house.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just have a question, if I could ask one. I realize there's the issue of obtaining approval from the Board of Adjustment, but what were the basis for the complaints that were made? Was there too much noise, or what exactly was the concern raised?
So my neighbor that is directly on one side of me, when the puppies are out there playing, and I'm always within, like, so many feet, obviously. I'm not going to leave them out there unattended. But if they came back into their backyard, the puppies would run to the fence and bark when they saw them come into the backyard. So that was they came over 2 times to tell me that when I was out there, they talked to me personally 2 times, and then they called the city. I did try to I talked to them at the time about, maybe I could put up a fence, maybe I could do something to prevent the dogs from seeing them. And I thought that was okay with Karen Ratchford, the homeowner right next door. I thought she was okay with that. But then the next day or that following Monday, the city was knocking on the door. And like you saw, I will no longer be having dogs out in the backyard there.
Okay, any other questions?
I've got one. Ms. Mixon, there's a lot of information you put in there, and I appreciate that. Currently, What's the maximum amount of dogs you've had in your home for your business?
The maximum I've had in the past,
Mm-hmm.
6.
6. Okay.
I have 6 or 7 crates, and I've never had them all full.
Do you anticipate having, a second question, do you anticipate having that many moving forward?
Well, I'm just one person, so I'm obviously limited to how much I can have. I do have 3 kids in the house, so it's pretty hectic with more than like 5 dogs. But at the same time, I'd hate to come up with a hard number because I would obviously limit the amount of income I could have.
Sure. Yeah. And do you have any dogs yourself? Any pets?
I have 2, yes.
Okay.
I have a 25-pound dog and an 8-pound dog.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, if there's nothing else from the board, then we'll go ahead and start hearing from those who have signed up to speak. We'll start with those who have signed up to speak in support. We have 5 people. We'll start with Arthur Mixon.
Yes, thank you. I signed up. I had the option of categorizing myself. I categorize myself as a neighbor, but I am also the applicant's husband. I live 8 houses down, and so I know a fair amount about the both Sharon and the situation, and I wanted to just provide, I guess, a witness to the character of Sharon. She's really a true professional. She obviously, the number of years, the number of dogs, and the number of people she's trained, identifies, part of herself, part of her person is being a dog trainer. So she will have she needs to be engaged with dogs all the time, and so she, during the time we were there, we fostered at least 6 dogs. During the time I was there, we fostered at least 6 dogs, and as she mentioned, she's a foster/rescue board member and a Canine Companions for Independence (CCI) volunteer trainer. So dogs come through the house without any sort of compensation. Since she has not been a full-time dog trainer, since we've had our children over the last 8-9 years, she's focused more on the voluntary work and less on the income-producing work, and so that's kind of that. Just to reiterate, it is very important to her to be training and improving the lives of pet parents as well as the dogs. So that's all of that's to say, if she's not being compensated for it, she tends to turn her attention towards the continuing to do it just without money. I also want to just point out that the lot is a double lot. This property is a house in the middle of a double lot. As was said previously, over a full acre, and with the driveway running through the property all the way into the carport, it is set up really well to be a business of this sort.
Okay, does anybody on the board have any questions for Mr. Mixon? Okay, the next person in support or sign up in support is Meredith Mudiman.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm a neighbor and a former client of Sharon Mixon's, and I'm here today, obviously in support of her application for a live work permit so that she can resume sharing her tremendous talent and expertise with the community. And I must say that I feel like she's quite humble in noting her accomplishments. I just feel like she has tremendous talent to offer. We became new dog owners early in 2020. And before bringing our pup home, a close neighbor friend of mine actually referred us to Sharon and assured us that her services and expertise would be invaluable in teaching both us and our pup how to behave and minimize the frustrations that are all too common with new dog ownership. In the short time that I was actually able to have my pup attend training sessions with Sharon, our family learned so much at what is really such a critical time for young dogs. And there's a brief period early on when most of this, training has to happen. Her keen observations and training tips were, as I said, invaluable. We noticed some very positive changes with our dog very quickly, and this sort of changed the dynamic of our home. It was just really impressive how quickly our pup behaved and how quickly we learned to what we needed to do to sort of sustain that on our end. When I heard that she would no longer be able to provide these services to us and our community, I was devastated. We had high hopes for continuing this. The value and convenience of having someone so knowledgeable and talented so close by is just irreplaceable. And there are many members of our community who I know are equally dismayed and who remain hopeful that Sharon will someday be able to continue doing what she truly has a passion and unmatched talent for. During this unprecedented time of pandemic, I know a lot of families are adding puppies, adding to their families. I know a lot of that is happening also in our own neighborhood, and it would just be a very sad thing to see such a valuable resource as Sharon have talents that just, I go to waste, I guess. Anyway, thanks for hearing me today, and I just ask that you please consider granting this live work permit to satisfy this unmet and growing need in our community. Thank you.
Okay, any questions from the board before we hear our next witness? Okay, the next person signed up is Cheryl Slavinsky.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Yes, I submitted a statement. I don't see that anywhere in the board docs, but I was a neighbor at 1404 Fairway Ridge Drive when I met Sharon, and I'm very much in support for being able to continue this business, much like the last person that talked. I didn't know anything about puppy training because I had rescued older dogs. I had rescued senior dogs before. And when Sharon offered to help me, I don't think I knew how much I needed to know, especially about socialization. Socialization, especially for puppies, is really, really important, especially with, I rescued a fostered a pit bull boxer at 6 weeks and at 10 adopted her. I was living in a single family home up on Fairway Ridge Drive, working at home, living in a neighborhood where most people either went to work or worked at home. It would have been impossible for me to properly socialize a dog like that in that kind of circumstance without somebody like Sharon. And the biggest thing she brought to my family was the presence of her 3 children. And that's priceless, because my dog can now, at 4 years old, let my daughter's 20-month-old triplets crawl all over her and without any worry at all. That's absolutely priceless. And I'm just fully in support of allowing her to continue this training in her home, because it is I sincerely believe it's a public service. When dogs aren't trained like this and socialized, they end up in shelters, or they're abandoned, or they're abused. And that's why most of us work in rescue work. And that's all I have to say. It's probably all I can say. Thank you for hearing me.
Okay, somebody have any questions? Okay, the next person signed up is Susan Hoggard.
Yes, I am a neighbor of Sharon's, and I just am here to support her. And I just wanted to say that I have not heard dogs barking from over at her house, or nothing that I've seen has been a nuisance. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Any board questions? All right, the last person who have signed up in support is Donna Burford.
Can you hear me? Hi. Is it all right? I hope that I prepare like a little statement, if I can read that, if that's okay. I want to introduce myself. I'm Donna Burford. I'm Sharon's sister, and I'm here to support my sister to get approval for a special use permit to allow dog training at her residence. It's important that everyone knows what a valued service she provides. I think you've heard that from some of the other people as well. Today's society is dogs are considered a valuable part of a family. And, some would say that they're like their child. So it's completely understandable you'd want to educate your child to be the best behaved and well-adjusted as possible. And in watching Sharon's work over the years, I've learned how important it is to provide that training, and for the pet and for the parent. This is an area with puppies that she would like to specialize. She can make the most effect, have the most effect on them as puppies. Dog training is a skill that Sharon has dedicated her life to. Thousands of Raleigh residents have benefited from Sharon's expertise in bridging the communication between dog and human over the last couple decades. I am pleased to have seen the positive effect she's had on families. I have personally heard the praise for years after. They'd run into Sharon and be like, oh my gosh, thank you so much, years after the fact, how it's made a difference in their lives. The benefit for Sharon to be able to train these puppies out of her home during a pandemic is invaluable for the sake of her family and for the puppies. The ability to have them available, for her to be available to her children that are home, physically and financially, and providing puppy socialization and training in her home environment really is key for all of them, actually. I'm not surprised that the concerns that have been raised regarding this have been from 1213 and 1218 Lorimer Road. These are the same residents that have had issues with the sidewalk that I petitioned for years ago. They did not want to concede that a sidewalk and road improvements would be the best thing for our neighborhood, and in which have greatly increased our property values. My sister supported me through the years of harassment that they have had on me from that project, which have caused issues for her as well, because their properties are close by her. In my opinion, I feel like the concern about my sister's dog training business is not warranted, and only a guise in the real issue of contempt they have for a project they were not able to shut down. I also believe that any guidelines that Sharon has been given to do this business in her home will be diligently followed and adhered to, especially now, in the midst of a pandemic. The right for her to pursue her livelihood and feed her family within the context of the laws of the city of Raleigh should be protected. And I am asking each one of you to please allow her to make the world a better place, one puppy at a time. Thank you.
Okay, any questions from the board? Okay, we have two people who are signed up in opposition. We will start with the first, which is Mark Daly.
Hi, my name is Mark Daly. I live at 1213 Larimer Road with my wife, Karen, our two dogs, Jasper and Baxter, and we live directly next door to Miss Mixon. And we are firm believers in dog training and having well cared for animals. Karen and I want to express our gratitude to the board for allowing an open discussion of this matter that has negatively impacted our home life for quite some time. Over the next few minutes, I'd like to focus on 3 specific areas that support our position that this permit should not be granted. First, the current zoning laws and the live work permit criteria. Second, past misrepresentations by Ms. Mixon regarding the nature of her business. And 3, the fear that we have regarding noise, traffic, safety, and impacts to our property value. On the first point, addressing the zoning laws and the live work permit criteria, the cover page of the Unified Development Ordinance states the purpose and intent of the UDO is to preserve, protect, and promote the public health, safety, and general welfare of residents and businesses in the city. Karen and I, as involved citizens of Raleigh, are grateful for the thoughtfulness and the thoroughness of this document. Mr. McDonald, if you could put up attachment A, if that's available. What attachment A was that I sent in, if it's not available to put up, is the section 6.1 of allowed uses. Animal care is not allowed in R4 residential districts, and it notes that the use is not permitted. If you go to the definition of what animal care is, it goes on to cover animal boarding, animal shelters, kennels, and doggy daycares. And I had also posted as attachment C that the a kennel, a definition of a kennel based on Collins Dictionary, is an establishment where dogs or cats are bred, raised, trained, or boarded. And so with that, the UDO alone excludes pet-related businesses, whether for profit or for not, and that they should not be conducted in an R4 residential zone commercially. I do also have several observations to the live work permit application. On the showings for special use permits, which is, I believe, page 3 and 4 on the application, it states that the proposed use complies with all applicable provisions of this UDO unless otherwise expressly modified in accordance with this UDO. It does not comply with many of these, for instance, number 2 and number 3, because indoor animal pet care is not allowable in an R4 zoning district. The applicant has responded that yes, it does. It is allowed in both cases. It's our position that the answer should have been no with an explanation. On the fourth point, it says the proposed use is compatible with adjacent uses in terms of location, scale, site design, hours of operation, and operating characteristics. We are the adjacent use. It's not compatible with a peaceful residential outdoor environment due to the noise and the nuisance of having numerous unknown dogs dropped off and picked up over a 12-hour period daily, according to the application. Number 5, the adverse effects resulting from the proposed use of the affected area will be effectively mitigated or offset. Or the special use permit is denied. The applicant response was yes. We say no, the adverse impacts are untrained dogs potentially getting out or being encountered while being outside for potty training or while being dropped off or picked up. As far as access, number 6, Miss Mixon's Drive is located on a curved section of the road at the top of a hill, which could easily cause a hazard with numerous cars dropping off and picking up during the day. Finally, on the 14 points of the live work permit, and the handwritten section was included in the application. Just to go back to what Mr. McDonald had pointed out earlier, that a live work permit is for a business to be conducted wholly within a residential dwelling. When she clearly states and has stated that she'll walk dogs on a leash and properly dispose of waste as needed, the business, that's conducting your business outside. The dog will have to be let out from time to time. Point number 4, the workspace within the unit, or item number 4 states workspace within the unit may be used as an office, studio, gallery, beauty hair salon, or for production involving the use of hand tools and small scale light equipment. It does not mention pet care at all. Going to the written responses, or the typewritten responses on page 10. The first response, where Ms. Mixon has stated that she understands she lives in a residential district and needs to be registered with the city, she did 6/1/2019. Just to be clear, there are comments on rover.com, the website that Ms. Mixon was advertising on, dating prior to 6/1/2019, and it was evident from what was going on in our backyard that this business has been going on for quite a while. Also, on point number 12, where clients will drop their puppy off at random times of the day between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., 12 hours a day, that the neighborhood will have to deal with traffic and barking. How will the city of Raleigh police these time limits and prevent this from becoming a doggy daycare under the guise of training? This is what was happening when we finally called the zoning department. The live work standards excludes this pet related business. The live work application does not even appear to consider live animals. Point number 2, and attachment D, which I guess can't be posted, is the ad from rover.com. And this was an ad that was that had been up. So if you have that and you can reference it, this was the ad going on when Ms. Mixon was contacted by the city. On January 31st, 2020, after several conversations with Ms. Mixon over the previous months about the consistent and incessant barking of 4+ unattended dogs that were contained in a fenced area of her backyard, it lies within feet of our property, not in the center of her property, but within about 20 feet of our property line. We were finally forced to call the zoning department because we could not walk outside of our own home to enjoy our back porch, our yard, or any of our outdoor spaces. In the code case activity report, Ms. Lopez, a zoning department representative, visited the home of Ms. Mixon and stated on February 11th, 2020, on page 2 of the report, Ms. Mixon had indicated that she was not running a doggy daycare business, but rather training dogs in her home. This is why while she was advertising on rover.com for doggy daycare. Also, when Ms. Mixon's initially installed chain link fence, or she was installing her chain link fence initially, as a concerned neighbor, her and her husband was out there. I went over and asked if it was actually right on the property line at that point, and asked if they were going to put dogs out there. They stated that they were going to raise chickens, that it had nothing to do with dogs. And we had a long discussion. I even helped them, gave them suggestions on what to do to build a good chicken fence, to keep varmints and that sort of thing out. And At that point, I walked away from that thinking that we were actually having a positive connection. But in fact, I was duped. Within just a few weeks, Ms. Mixon was advertising for 10 dogs on rover.com and operating a full-blown doggy daycare business. In Ms. Mixon's email to my wife dated August 23rd, 2020, which is also an exhibit, she said that she found out about this permit and have changed her business plan slightly. And I'm hoping to get back to training puppies during the work days for people, crate training, potty training, socialization. Here she is again calling what she was doing previously training and suggests she is only making a slight change to her business plan. Again, training puppies during the work days sounds a lot like doggy daycare. It's noteworthy that we also phoned several doggy daycare kennel facilities in the area, and many of them said that crate training, potty training, and socialization are part of their standard doggy daycare service. How then is Ms. Mixon's plan any different than a commercial kennel or doggy daycare facility, which is not permittable in an R4 residential neighborhood? These 2, 4, 6-hour sessions can easily become all day with no one to keep track of it. So on this point, Ms. Mixon's past history of misrepresenting her true business should be reason enough to deny this permit. And point 3, to address our fears of increased noise, traffic, danger, and impacts to our property value. The showings for special use said, I noted that we are the adjacent use. We can't enjoy our outdoor spaces. The adverse impacts are untrained dogs potentially getting out or being encountered while outside for potty training or while being dropped off or for pickup. Our sidewalks will not even be something that we can go up and down without encountering these dogs. Ms. Mixon has stated I only take puppies 8 to 16 weeks old, so I will never have potentially dangerous dogs. This is exactly what she advertised on rover.com. And from the picture that I had posted, my exhibit F, this is what greeted us anytime we were out in the yard. And if you'll note, the dogs are unattended. The truth is she cannot guarantee safety in the neighborhood from dangerous dogs. That by nature, they're coming to her untrained. We did a simple Google search and it's clear that many puppies have aggressive behavior issues and have on occasion attacked other animals and even small children. We have had numerous encounters with both Miss Mixon's own dog, which she had owned and trained for at least 7 years, the 7 years that she's lived next door to us, as well as her foster dog, which she has housed and trained for approximately 2 years. And these encounters include coming into our property unleashed and unsupervised on numerous occasions, eating our compost, defecating in our backyard, barking at us through our back door, allowing her dogs to remain outside for an hour or more, barking continuously while she was either inside her home or just left them when she was away. Our foster dog has come into our property recently and come to the fenced portion of our yard, has aggressively bared its teeth, growling and attempting to attack our dogs through our fence. We have 2 dogs of our own, as well as small grandchildren that visit, and we are extremely concerned for their safety. Traffic is also an issue, as I noted from note 6 from the special use. And we had a lot of traffic when the doggy daycare business was going, and the traffic all happened when people were dropping off, when everyone's going to work, and when people were picking up, when everyone is coming home. And finally, we're nearing retirement. We're extremely concerned of how a pet care business next door will impact the value of our property. On website bobvila.com, 9 ways your neighbors can screw up your home sale. It notes, Particularly for parents with young kids, an unfriendly dog or any dog next door on the loose can be a deal breaker. Safety is often a top priority for families in search for a house, so it's important for neighborhood pups to stay in their yards. It would be even more important to not have a kennel next door or a dog training facility. I appreciate your time allowing me to speak. And in conclusion, I want to ask that you deny this permit for the 3 points that I've made. Pet care is against the UDO and the live work guidelines. Ms. Mixon has not been 100% truthful in her business in the past with city officials and with us, and would be difficult for the zoning department to regulate moving forward. And finally, a pet care business infringes on our rights to a peaceful, safe, and valuable home located in an R4 zoning district. Thank you.
Okay, a couple things. I just want to remind the board members that the exhibits can be viewed in board docs. So that's where you can go look if you don't see them on the screen. I'm going to give the board a chance to ask questions, but we first need to give Ms. Mixon a chance to ask any questions of Mr. Daly. So Ms. Mixon, do you have any questions for Mr. Daly before we ask the board if they have any questions?
Yes, of course I do. One of the things, first of all, I'm extremely offended that my honesty has been questioned. In that Rover screenshot, it was taken, the screenshot was taken the end of February, and I have since gotten rid of that Rover account, and that's something that I did in the past. Yes, under Rover, the only way to use that app is to call yourself a doggy daycare. But if you read specifically, I say that I offer a very unique service and that I train the dogs in my house. So yes, I use that app. Yes, it did say doggy daycare according to the app, but I also have in there, you know, if you look, that screenshot was taken probably the end of January, according to the dates on there.
Okay, Ms. Nixon, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. We're going to give you an opportunity at the end of all opponents for any rebuttal, which will be, we have an opportunity to state anything you like in rebuttal. But right now, we're just asking if you have any questions for Mr. Daly.
Yes. How many times did you personally talk to me?
Is Mr. Daly on mute? Is he able to hear?
Hi. Yes, I personally talked to you several times about dogs, whether they were paying customers or not. At one time when the dogs were just stress barking outside for hours when I was in the backyard and I came and knocked on your door and you were having a party inside and said, can I just leave the dogs out because I've got all these people here? So you were concerned about your guest. You were not concerned about what it was doing for the neighborhood. That was the first time, and that was, you know, I don't have that date, so I couldn't say, but it was at least 2 years ago. And then since then, there have been other occasions where the dogs have just been outside, and I haven't talked to you every time, or I would be over at your house quite a bit. So, but I have spoke to you at least 4 times about noise in the neighborhood and about your dogs, because right out of your living room, which I assume is where you keep your crates, is your porch, which looks down on our backyard. So the dogs don't have to come anywhere. They can be right there on your porch, barking away, and we have to go somewhere else to enjoy ourselves.
Okay, Ms. Nixon, do you have any other questions for Mr. Daly before we ask the board if they have questions?
Nope.
Okay. Board members, do you have any questions for Mr. Daly?
Yes, I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
My first question is to Mr. Daly. the fence that connect your property and her property, is it joined or are they separate?
We do not have any fence that connects our property. We have a fenced-in front yard, and the fence setback is about 15 foot from the property line, so we left a nature space between our property. And then in the backyard where she has her fence and had the more cage-like fence in the past is about 20, maybe 25 foot from the property line. I'm not 100% sure, but it's close. So we don't share a common fence line.
Okay, my next question, the dogs that you're referring to barking, are those dogs that she been training, or are those her personal dogs that are barking in the backyard?
It's been both. It's been personal dogs, and it has also been the dogs that she was training. The last, what I've posted as Exhibit F, and I really should have put together a presentation, I apologize. These are all training dogs. Well, I take that back. I believe her dog is on the left, the black dog. But these are dogs all being trained, sitting there barking at us, and she's nowhere to be found.
And my last question, go back to like your attachment B, where you was talking about under number 2, the use standards. Could you expound a little bit more on that and make sure I'm understanding what you are indicating there?
Well, I wasn't really addressing the use standards. I was addressing more the definition of what the animal daycare inside was, and I probably didn't do a good job of connecting that. But it was talking about different activities that are included in animal care, and it goes through animal grooming, animal hospital, veterinary clinic, pet clinic, animal boarding, animal shelter, a cattery, a kennel, and doggy daycare. And a kennel covers a lot of ground. It includes training. It includes where animals are bred, where animals are boarded. And boarding does not have to be something that's overnight. And while I have an opportunity to speak, there is one more person that was supposed to speak after me too, unless she dropped off.
Okay.
That's the last question I have right now.
Am I understanding correctly?
Does
Sorry,
anybody
Catherine.
have any questions for, oh, go ahead.
Yeah. So am I understanding correctly that the bulk of your concerns is relating to the presence of the dogs outside and the associated noise or barking or danger, things like that? Do you all ever hear any of the barking coming from inside your neighbor's house?
I do not hear any barking coming from inside of her house. My problem with this is dogs will be getting in and out of vehicles, and dogs will have to be let out to use the bathroom in some fashion. I mean, you can't, with her plan of 2, 4, and 6 hours, you can't expect a puppy to not go to the bathroom. So her nature of her business will be partially outside.
That's all the questions I have. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, does any other board member have any questions? Okay, the second or the next person we have signed up to speak in opposition is Carolyn Parker. Carolyn, are you still on the line?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, it's now your opportunity.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Carolyn Parker. My husband and I and our dog Lily live at 1218 Lorimer Road, directly across the street from the property where the proposed business would operate. I appreciate this opportunity to speak with you today. I oppose this live work special use permit request for dog training at 1217 Lorimer. I see this as a zoning issue that has the potential to impact the nature of my residential neighborhood where I've lived for more than 25 years, and it would greatly impact the dogs involved. Today, I have a few comments about the applicant's previous dog care business. That experience informs my concern about the new business, and then I'll speak directly about the new business proposal for puppy training. When the dog daycare business started, our block was going through major road construction, and all that noise and traffic helped mask some of the noise and traffic of the daycare. And it was really confusing. You couldn't quite figure out all the traffic and what you were hearing. On Cheney Road, one block over, where some properties back up to 1217, those neighbors tell me they were hearing the dog noise. One neighbor said she thought it was our pets stressed from the road construction, and she didn't complain out of sympathy. But when construction ended, it became clear that the dog noise and extra traffic came from 1217. So now I'm seeing all these cars and hearing the noise, and even that, it took me a while to try to figure out what was going on, because it's the last thing you expect, that someone's going to bring in lots of dogs into the neighborhood. The traffic was a real nuisance, and it would be again with the new business, with a 12-hour workday and clients having to drop off and pick up all throughout the day. But then there was the noise. Dogs were sometimes left outside unattended, and they would bark. 30 minutes was average, and one very memorable episode lasted almost an hour. And then a car would return to 1217 and everything would get quiet. We were not hearing boisterous play barking. It was panic, manic, stress barking. And it's hard to listen to animals in distress. It's an upsetting experience to us, and it was upsetting to Lily. It sounded like an upsetting experience for those dogs. Groups of dogs should not be left unattended. Even play groups where dogs know each other need to be monitored. I had a slide, and thank you for putting it up. It's been very well established that the business was a daycare. Zoning investigated it and said it was a daycare. I found the ads on rover.com too. In this client testimonial, she says her dog stayed for doggy daycare while she went to work. The client knows she's sending her dog to daycare, but when the zoning official first visited the home at 1217, the official states Ms. Mixon indicated that she was not running a doggy daycare business, but was rather training pets in her home. I asked that the BOA consider how the applicant conducted her previous daycare business. Dogs were left unattended. The impact on the neighbors was ignored. Zoning laws were ignored. And when approached by a city official, the applicant said she was training when she was running a daycare. I've had dogs my whole life. I've raised a number of puppies and been lucky enough to have adopted a few sweet rescues. So when I saw this new business proposal for dog training where puppies can't go outside the house, it just didn't make sense to me. So I asked an expert. In the world of dog training, that would be someone who has earned certification through the Certification Council for Professional Dog Trainers, the CCPDT. Dog training is an unregulated industry with no licensing requirements or regulatory oversight. So the CCPDT developed a rigorous program of training and examination, and earning their certification is a mark of high professional distinction. One such professional works here in Raleigh. She is Monica Henderson. Ms. Henderson is a certified professional dog trainer, knowledge assessed. This certification measures a broad range of knowledge and skills in the study of animal behavior, learning theory, dog training technique, and instruction. Ms. Henderson and I spoke at length recently, and she gave me permission to use her name. First, I want to point out how the business proposal changed over time in a very significant way. Originally, puppies were going outside, and now puppies are staying inside. In the initial application, the applicant says she will walk dogs on a leash and pick up the waste. In a September 2nd email to Mr. McDonald, the applicant writes again about walking puppies on a leash outside and says, quote, loose leash walking is a very important issue I like to work on when training young puppies. But by the final submission, the proposal has morphed and puppies stay inside, quote, I've made a change and will no longer have clients' puppies outside. This proposal is for training puppies 8 to 16 weeks old during a critical period for socialization, as the applicant notes. And yet the puppies will not go outside. According to the expert, Ms. Henderson, you cannot properly socialize a puppy or dog by staying inside. There's a whole world outside that puppies need to experience. Their sights, smells, sounds, and tactile stimulations that can only be experienced outside. Puppies must be exposed to these stimuli for proper socialization. This business proposal appears to have morphed to fit the live-work definition, but in order to do so, it ignores professional training practices that would be in the best interest of the puppies. That's concerning. But just as concerning is what's been left out. In this case, the proposal doesn't mention potty training, yet potty training is mentioned in an email the applicant sent to our neighbor, Karen Rockford. It was listed as one of the 3 areas the business would focus on, as it would have to. Working with puppies for any length of time, much less over 2, 4, and 6-hour sessions, would require the trainer to address potty training. According to the expert, Ms. Henderson, the goal of potty training is to teach puppies to use the bathroom outside. You don't train a puppy to use a piddle pad inside and then retrain later to go outside. So regarding the subjects of socialization and potty training, 2 subjects critical to puppy training, this proposal ignores one altogether, and for the other, it ignores professional puppy training techniques, professional practices that would clearly be in the best interest of the puppies. Puppy training, if done properly using current professional training techniques, cannot be conducted solely inside. The business is fundamentally incompatible with live work, and that certain activities must take place outside. Ms. Henderson is also a registered veterinarian technician of 20 years. She and I also spoke about another concern, the issue of public health protection related to any dog care or training business. Puppies between 6, 8, and 16 weeks are getting critical first shots and vaccinations and follow-up booster shots. We're concerned that the business proposal does not mention requiring this information or other critical information from clients, and it doesn't mention any other best practices designed to protect puppies sharing a common space. As the BOA considers the special use permit for dog training, please consider how the applicant conducted her previous business. And remember, the dog training profession is unregulated with no licensing requirements and no oversight, and with no proactive supervision from the city. There'll be no one watching except for neighbors, and I don't want to be put in that position. Finally, according to a certified professional dog trainer, this business proposal for training puppies solely inside does not meet professional standards of dog training. It abandons professional training techniques that would be in the best interest of the puppies to satisfy the requirements of live work. Thank you.
Okay, before we get to the board's questions, Ms. Mixon, do you have any questions for Ms. Parker? And again, you'll get the opportunity at the end of all the testimony to offer any rebuttal or closing statements, but if you have any questions for Ms. Parker, now is the time to ask those.
Yes. One question is, has she ever contacted me about the noise that she's heard, or anyone else? Well, I mean, called the city or called police or anything about the noise that she heard coming from my yard.
Am I unmuted? Oh, can I speak?
We can hear you. Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. I couldn't see the mic. I did not, and I'll tell you why. You had advertised that you would accept 10 dogs onto your property. And I know you already have 2 family dogs and you foster. So you were saying you were going to accept more than 10 dogs potentially onto your property without considering that there would be noise. One dog will make a lot of noise. Listen, you need to let me speak.
I believe the question was, have you ever asked anyone about the noise? And I think Ms. Parker's response was no. So if you have anything else to answer that question, you can go ahead and quickly state that. But let's stick with the question. Ms. Parker, you can finish your statement. Yeah, just wanted to make sure that we're focused on the question. But yes, you can finish what your answer.
Well, that was part of my answer, because that to me is unreasonable that you would bring 10 dogs onto the property. And so, no, I did not go. When I'm speaking with zoning, they say, don't go on the property. And they say, call animal control. Animal control says, unless there's an issue
Question.
of critical.
Sorry, my signal's a little glitchy. My second question is, do you have, can you see my property from your house?
Yes, my driveway goes looks straight down my driveway into the entrance to your driveway, where I saw all the cars pulling up, taking their dogs down, and once you zoning contacted you, all those cars then started pulling down into your driveway. So yes, I have a very clear view of all the coming and going, and I can hear.
The cars. Do you have a clear view of my yard?
I don't need to when dogs are barking.
So you can't see my yard from your...
The front yard, sure.
Okay. I just wanted to ask that question, that when you say dogs are barking, you really have no idea where that barking is coming from.
Oh, yes, I do. It's very clear.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you. Board members, do you have any questions for Ms. Parker?
Hey, Catherine, I actually have a quick question for you. Can we?
Who's speaking? Sorry, I can't see.
Yeah, this is Michael Rainey. I'm curious, can we consider any of the information that was presented about the consultant or the expert that the last speaker referenced? I mean, my understanding is that's essentially hearsay, and we shouldn't be able to rely on that, but I want to make sure that I'm factoring in the right things when we get to the point where we're deliberating this.
Yeah, and that's a great question. I believe that the woman that Ms. Parker was referring to is Ms. Henderson. In order for that person's testimony to be admitted into the record, they would need to be here to testify, and so they could be also subject to cross-examination. To the extent that Ms. Parker is just expressing her concerns and her understanding of the application and the standards, that's fine. But anything that specifically, testimony from Ms. Henderson, she would need to be here to present that testimony for you to consider it.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yep.
Then if you have any questions about that, the validity of that, then
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
Be continued. I'm seeing my mic is on, so.
Okay, right now we're just asking the board if they have any questions for
Okay.
you. Does anybody else have any questions for Ms. Parker? Okay, we're going to go back to Ms. Mixon then. Ms. Mixon, you have the opportunity to give any rebuttal following all the testimony and to give any closing statements.
Thank you. I wish I had paid more attention in school on taking notes, and I've got a bunch of scribbles all over here that a million things I wanted to rebuttal, but some of the things that I'm not sure that it's even relevant. My Rover account that was over 6 months ago, that does not have anything to do with this case. I do have a foster dog, a little Chihuahua, that I plan to rehome, but turns out she looks very vicious to strangers. So we are planning to keep her because I don't feel that she's a good, she's not good for, anyways, we're keeping Chica, the little Chihuahua that, if somebody hears a distressed bark, yes, we have a 8-pound Chihuahua that can sound very distressed when she sees a squirrel. So that I can totally understand how neighbors would hear my The main thing that I think some of the, you said it's not even relevant, another dog trainer saying you cannot socialize a dog inside a house. Well, of course not. These are pet parents that have dogs that are bringing them to me to socialize them with my kids and with a new environment and inside my house. So no, we don't expect a dog to get socialized inside my house. We don't expect to train the dogs socialized to car rides and other things at those times. Yes, I do assume that I would be able to take a dog on a leash outside my front door and walk down a public street just like any dog walker or anybody could walk the dogs down the public streets. So yes, they may be practicing potty training. If it's a problem and I cannot take the dogs outside of my house, I could lower my training times to just 2 to 4 hour increments. Any puppy can hold it for 4 hours. If they're coming into my house, they'd have the opportunity to potty on the way in, and they'd have the opportunity to potty on the way out. So I don't see potty training and putting them on a leash as being a problem. And plenty of dogs do learn to potty on potty pads at that age. So that's not really a concern. And if that is what makes or breaks getting this permit, I can change my business plan accordingly. Yes, I have changed my business plan accordingly. Now that I know better, I'm going to do better. And I think that addresses some of the things that they've brought up. I think the neighbor saying that dog training is a kennel is a ridiculous claim. It's not in the Webster dictionary. I guess he got that out of the Collins dictionary. Collins, I thought, I only know Collins is a drink. I didn't know it was a dictionary. But to call dog training a kennel sounds silly to me. But I also noticed that last month you guys approved a groomer. So I think a lot of the same qualifications may apply for me that was approved for the grooming. I'm not sure what the address was, but a month ago, the case went through. I don't know if that had set any precedences as far as dogs needing to go out on potty breaks and having dogs inside the house. So just wanted to, I'm open to any questions, and I'm very appreciative of all this time.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just finish up with the board. Do you have any more calling questions for Ms. Mixon before you?
Yeah, I do. I have a couple of questions. First of all, how did you decide on your hours, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.?
I just to be as open to pet parents, like if they wanted to drop off their dog on the way to work, or if whatever fits into their schedule. I want to be open to whatever fits into anybody's schedule. Obviously, 7 p.m. is the latest I would possibly go because I have kids and dinner. So I just wanted to open it as open as I could. If somebody wanted to come from when they get off work at 5 to 7, do a period of meeting at that time.
Okay, and a second question, you indicate 2, 4, and 6 hour increments. What 6 hours seems like a lengthy increment. What is something more useful for your training in a 6 hour increment than a 4 hour increment?
Well, actually, yes. The crate training is the number one thing that I notice pet parents do wrong when they put the dog in the crate and then they let it out when it whines and cries. So dogs spend a lot of time rotating in and out of the crate. They go in the crate on cue, and then they need to relax and take a nap. Especially when I get a dog that's 8-10 weeks old, they need to nap. It's really important that they get sleep and that they learn how to sleep in a hectic environment. If a dog only lives with an elderly couple, the dog's never going to learn to relax when there's kids and chaos going on. So having a dog for a 6 hour period of time can be very, very beneficial So the dog can learn to either lay on a mat and do a down stay on a mat, or just spending time in a crate. It's an important training skill for them to learn there. If they go to a grooming salon or if they're ever being boarded somewhere, they need to be crate trained.
Okay, one last question, and that's regarding, again, the time. If you have someone who comes and wants a 6-hour increment, and then says, but I really could use 8 would just be really helpful. Are you going to provide that, or are you going to, how strict are you going to be about keeping time limits?
I hadn't thought about it, to be completely honest with you. I don't know if I should be strict with time limits. I've always been just very whatever the customer wants. So if I need to be, of course I would be.
Well, I asked that because some of the concerns that I've heard today have to do with the concept of doggy daycare, which is you take a pet in and you take care of it while someone's off doing stuff. It's different from training. And so I would be concerned if you said, well, if somebody wants to leave it all day, I'm sure that'd be fine with me. That's different from, unless you can help me understand the difference, how you would treat that differently from a training situation. So Ms. Mixon, how would you differentiate the notion of, well, we'll do training, but if someone wants to leave someone all day, that's okay?
To be honest, I hadn't really thought about that. I hadn't really considered that being a problem if they, I'm working with the dogs all day, regardless. I'm working with them while they're with me, whether it's keeping them quiet in the crate, whether it's teaching them that when they, whine and cry, I'm going to acknowledge them. So really, if I know that there's a designated amount of time, then I will keep to that designated amount of time. But otherwise, I don't, and I'm sorry, my signal cut out a little bit when you were asking that question, but I think I got the gist of what you were asking, of how to distinguish between dogs. My whole premise of training is to teach them it's okay to be in a crate so that they never need to go to doggy daycare. The idea of doggy daycare is I can't leave my dog home alone and they're going to chew up my house and they're going to, make noise in my apartment. When they spend time with me, I get them crate trained so their pet parent can leave them in a crate at their home and won't need doggy daycare. That makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, Catherine. Ms. Dixon, I think one of the concerns that I'm hearing from your neighbors is the noise that your dogs are causing. What steps can you take with respect to when you take the dogs outside to limit the noise? Can you get all your dogs to wear more collars, or is there some way you can use to control that? I mean, I can see us continuing to have this issue with your neighbors and how you operate your business.
Yes. So I think that was kind of what my husband was trying to get at when he said that I'm a dog person and I'm always going to have dogs. The dogs that are here for doggy daycare, I'm paying attention to. I'm taking out on a leash. They're 8 weeks to 16 weeks old. They're within my reach. When I'm fostering dogs, they're part of my family and they're being let outside. And, like I said, Chica is, when she sees a squirrel, she acts like, she wants to eat it. She's a Chihuahua. So I do try to be very diligent, and that's why I had some neighbors as witnesses to say that they have not heard problems from my yard. And even when I'm fostering dogs, I try to be very diligent. I would never let a dog just sit and bark. I don't know what situation they're talking about where there was an hour long where a dog was barking. I don't know if what they were referring to, but I try to be very diligent, even if they were my pets, not to leave them outside to bark. And obviously, when I'm doing dog training in the house, those dogs are not going to be outside. They're not going to be barking. They're not going to be, even if I'm taking them out on a leash. I mean, obviously, part of their training is going to be not be a nuisance on a leash. I would never let them bark at someone.
This is Steve Kinney. I have a couple questions for Ms. Mixon. First, Ms. Mixon, has there ever been an incident in which a dog you're training physically harmed a neighbor or anyone in the area during the training at your home?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. And my second question is, in the email exchange provided by Mr. Daly, in which you were emailing Karen Roqueford, there was a brief discussion of a unique business plan that you said prohibited you from using a commercial area to conduct training. Can you elaborate on why the training could not be at a commercial area? It must be at the home?
One, I don't have the money to rent a commercial a place. But two, like a lot of my witnesses talked about, this is a unique service that I'm offering where my kids are playing with young puppies, where they're in my house and I'm treating them as if they are my own dogs. I'm crate training them. I need to be home with my kids. They are virtual schooling right now, and you know, I'm focused on a business where I can work from my home.
Okay, thank you.
This is Rodney Swink again. I'm sorry, I do have one more question. And that is, it is your intent to limit this to puppies in the age range you're talking about. Is that correct? You're not talking about taking in other dogs. Is that correct?
Correct. My business is like, yeah, I like to think of myself as the puppy expert.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions from the board members? Okay, I think that covers everybody. Mr. Swink, we can close the evidentiary hearing now, and you guys can deliberate and proceed.
Okay, and I'll take it from here. Thank you. So, board, this opportunity to offer your thoughts, help us reach a decision here, and at some point offer a motion.
I don't think I'm voting on this one since I'm an alternate, but I'll throw my 2 cents in nonetheless. This is a really tough case for me because I sympathize with both sides. The applicant, Ms. Mixon, clearly provides a service that many of her neighbors and those in the community find helpful and something that clearly is in demand. And I'm very sensitive to her efforts to provide that service and be able to earn an income while she's at home in the middle of a pandemic with her children who are learning remotely. I'm also sensitive to the concerns of the neighbors about the noise, although I think largely a lot of the noise probably never goes away because of foster dogs and rescue dogs. This may be overly technical, but I think my primary concern is I'm looking at this falls under point 4 of the standards for live work that we have to consider under special use. And my reading of that and maybe my understanding on this is wrong, and Catherine, maybe you can give me some clarification, I don't know, but you know, I'm looking at these standards and we're talking about things like an office, a studio, a gallery. It seems to me that sort of the clear intent of this is you could cut hair or have a cosmetology thing, something like that, where it's not as impactful on neighbors. I see the potential for this particular use to be more impactful than those that I'm seeing identified in this number 4 for the special use standards. And so That's my primary concern, is I'm worried that this proposed use just doesn't fit within the framework of what we're allowed to do.
I'd say I would remind you that Justin Romero, the zoning administrator, is on the line. If you have any questions about the UDO, but the question for you is whether or not, and I think as you probably just stated, the applicant has provided material competence as substantial evidence to meet that standard. So it's really up to you as to whether or not you believe that standard has been met. The question about whether or not the use is allowed is a zoning determination. But I believe the question for you guys is whether or not standard number 4 has been met for this particular type of live work request.
Yeah, I think Michael has summed it up very succinctly. I empathize with both sides also. I was asking what measures Ms. Mixon is taking to control noise, because I was hoping there was some way for us to provide assurances to the neighbors. I like dogs. We have a dog. But I could see if my neighbor had 8 dogs and didn't do something to control the noise, it would create concerns for me and also disrupt, my living environment. So I guess we could consider putting some conditions on the approval, or is there something that Ms. Mixon can do with respect to the noise?
Yeah, Kathy's kind of hitting on where I'm thinking on this is, if this is approved, I think we've got to look at some sort of a condition and directly go to the number of dogs you can have there, or pets, or whatever it is. I mean, is it 2? Is it 3? I mean, I think you start kind of getting that definition of what a kennel looks like versus what dog training looks like, and how we shore that up with a number about what we think is fitting with the concerns of the neighbor versus allowing her to make money. Seems my knee-jerk reaction was 5, and then I'm like, that's probably too many. In John Kuntz's point of view, maybe you cap it at 2 or 3 and let it go from there. And I'm certainly open to any other conditions someone wants to suggest. But I think the applicant has a right to satisfy the live work needs that are conditioned upon this case. But at some time, I do think we need to jerk the chain back, pun intended, on limiting the amount of volume of traffic that goes over there. I think just obviously, without speaking on it, less dogs is generally kind of less traffic and less noise, and that's where I'd like to propose something.
Good, thank you. Any other thoughts?
Yes, this is Don. My concern, and I think I fall in the category with everyone else, in fact, we have a dog and had several at a time. And my concern is going to be if the neighbor's concerned about the dogs barking. And since she has 2 dogs, she's going to keep those 2 regardless. So therefore, I think the barking, if it takes place, will continue if, in fact, she keeps her personal dogs and have them outside, or if she's outside walking. I think that maybe putting some restrictions may be the answer to this, and what those restrictions may consist of, I'm not sure. I think that Ms. Mixon, I think she has tried to comply. And they always say fences make good neighbors, but sometimes that don't always work. Because with dog, you can have a fence and you still may have them barking. I know I have a little Shih Tzu, and we let out in the backyard, and she sees a squirrel, she goes chasing that squirrel. So, I mean, these are things that we as neighbors and friends, I mean, these are things that we contend with. I'm not so sure how much it's creating habit for the other neighbors other than possibly the traffic. That may be the only concern that I may have with this.
Thank you, Mr. Mile. Anyone else? Well, thank you for your comments, all very thoughtful, and I think summed up certainly my concerns. I live in a neighborhood where neighbors have dogs, and the dogs go out and the dogs bark. That's what dogs do. So it becomes a question of impact volume numbers. The smaller, the puppies, the smaller ones being crate trained, perhaps less of an issue than before where dogs were being let out in the backyard and you had more, therefore more of an encouragement of each other. That happens with dogs too. So I think it's something to consider. The traffic was mentioned. I don't anticipate that traffic coming and going in large volumes with so few at any one time. Could be that several show up at the same time and leave at the same time as possible. I do think there should probably be some condition in terms of numbers that ought to be put on this, assuming that's a satisfactory solution for us as a board. So anyone wish to put forth a recommendation, a condition, or a motion?
John Coons here. I don't have a problem with the traffic. I mean, especially if we put a limit on there. I mean, I've got kids and we have people dropping kids off and people coming and going more than I think, a dog trainer might even have. So I'm not too worried about that, especially if we condition this thing. So going back to that, I'd probably make a motion to approve it with condition that Mrs. Mixon does not train more than 3 dogs at a time. And that's a number I'll use. I'm open to other suggestions on that. And we might want to further condition upon it being, 8 weeks to 16 weeks is the window, I think, or the age that she's intent on training. And we might, before we go too far with it, maybe see if that's something she can live up to, because I don't want to condition it. She's not willing to do it either. But my thought would be 3, and I'm open to somebody else saying something.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve with a condition of not more than 3 dogs in training at a time, 8 to 16 weeks of age.
Yep.
Well, my concern is how would this be monitored?
Mr. Sutton, is that you?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's me, Justin Sutton here.
Okay.
How would this condition be monitored? I guess if we placed a limitation on the number of dogs.
Mr. McDonald, do you want to take that as a staff question?
And a second part to that, Catherine, I think previously we were going to, did we request a clarification on whether the use was permitted in this particular zoning district? Was that a question for Justin Rometta or?
Yes, so, and the board doesn't make kind of those determinations as a right of first impression. That call is usually made before you come to the board. So if there's a question that needs a zoning interpretation, I guess to kind of simplify it, the application, the question is whether they meet the standards for a live work. I believe that the determination, and Justin can confirm this, has been made. They can apply, that Ms. Mixon can apply for this request under live work. Now, whether she starts to operate in a way that no longer satisfies the live work or satisfies the conditions you impose, my understanding is that would be an enforcement issue. If she starts having a use that no longer meets the live work standard and becomes something else. And that's a call for Justin Rometta to make, but you can also, Justin's on the line, I believe, if you want to ask him both that question and the enforcement piece for confirmation.
Hello, this is Justin Rometta. I have, in my opinion, the section that I believe Mr. Rainey raised earlier was 673E4 provides a list of things that may be included as part of a live work. I don't believe that's an exhaustive list that includes every possible scenario that could be a live work. Live works uses are allowed with a special use permit in a residential zoning district, which obviously is why this is in front of you today. And again, I'm of the opinion that the list provided in 674 is not an exhaustive one. To the question of enforcement, that's really our enforcement is, obviously Ms. Mixon has an application, which is her statement of what she intends to do on the property. Enforcement is conducted via on a complaint-driven basis by our inspection staff.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We'll need a second.
I'm going to do
our discussion.
John Coons again. I'm thinking about reducing that limit to 2 in my conditional approval, actually.
We did not receive a second, so you can restate your motion.
I would make the motion to approve that it's limited to dogs between 8 weeks and 16 weeks, and no more than 2 at a time. And I could even get behind making it longer than 16 weeks, is 20 weeks or something like that. But I think the number is more important. The more important driver there, just 2. So yeah, I've reconsidered, and that would be my conditional approval motion.
Okay, we have a motion to approve with a condition, no more than 2 dogs at a time, age 8 to 16 weeks. We need a second to continue discussion.
I'll go ahead and second.
Thank you, Mr. Mile. We have a second. Now let us continue discussion on the motion as conditioned. Any further discussion? Okay, Mr. Puccini, I guess we'll do a roll call vote on this.
That is correct, Chairman. Call out Mr. Kenny.
I think Mr. Coots was the motioner.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Too many Ks. Mr. Coates.
Approved with conditions.
Thank you. Mr. Mile.
Approved with conditions.
Thank you. See Chairman Swink.
Approved with conditions.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisil.
Approved with conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton.
Approved with conditions.
Thank you. That makes 5.
And thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Mixon. Thank you for all who came and spoke today for helping us move through this case before us. As we move along, normally this is about the time we deserve a short break, and I think we deserve a short break. We've got a lot of business ahead of us, so we need to make this a quick break. So it's 2:47. Let's come back at 2:57, like at 3 o'clock. No, that's too long. 2:55, 8 minutes. We need a break, but come back at 2:55 and let's jump into the rest of our cases. Thank you very much.
This is Mr. Mile. I will not be returning.
Okay, thank you. Welcome back. Before we continue our discussion this afternoon and hear our next case, we have lost our county board member for the rest of the day, and we do not have a county alternate today, so we are down to 4 voting members. If your case has a variance attached to it, you will need all 4 votes. So we just wanted to make that announcement now. So if any of you in the cases later today, be aware that you will need all 4 voting members to approve your variance. Ms. Hill, is that a correct statement?
That's correct. And I would state that the applicants, if they wanted to wait till they had 5, they could let you know that they would like to continue their case. And that design adjustments and alternates and special use permits require 3 votes. So those ones do not need all 4.
So if any of you want to, when it's your turn to push your case to another date, let us know, and we'll do that. Okay, let us move now to our second case. This is 0 and 2281 South New Hope Road and 5125 and 5135 Rock Quarry Road. Old Town WEH-LP is the property owner. This is design alternate A-17-20.
Okay, Mr. Swink, you have 4 people signed up to participate. Really quickly, we had asked everybody to sign up and to confirm their oath on the record. We're not going to ask that of attorneys. Typically, for attorneys, they don't swear in unless they're going to be a witness in the case. So just want to let the board know that going forward, unless an attorney requests to be a witness in a case, we're not going to reaffirm their oath as well. We're also only going to swear people in one time. So if they've signed up for more than one case, we're not going to make them swear in at the start of each evidentiary hearing. So you have Jamie Schwedler and Laura Good signed up, the attorneys for this case. The 2 other witnesses you have, Eric Rifkin. If you could please state your address and the chair will reaffirm your oath.
56 Hunter Street, Suite 110, Apex, North Carolina, 27502.
Okay, Mr. Rifkin, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do swear.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Rifkin, what is your first name again, please?
My first name is Eric, spelled with a C.
Okay, and Ryan Akers.
Hey, good afternoon. Ryan Akers, 2905 Meridian Parkway, Durham, 27713.
Mr. Akers, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. McDonald, your turn.
Thank you. I'll start by reading the nature of requests. Whereas Old Town WEH-LP property owner requests a 2,165-foot design alternate to the 2,500-foot block perimeter standard set forth in Section 832A of the Unified Development Ordinance that results in a block perimeter of 4,665 feet in order to construct a 360-unit apartment complex and associated amenities on a 42.8-acre property zoned R10CU located at 0 and 2281 South New Hope Road and 5125 and 5135 Rock Quarry Road. So as you can see from the aerial provided, this particular application is in association with an apartment complex. It's also running in conjunction with a few other cases that will be before you as part of the overall Old Town development. Here is the primary exhibit submitted by the applicant. So again, this is a block perimeter request. Essentially, the code sets in place maximum block perimeter lengths, meaning the boundary of a site composed of its public rights-of-way and how long in linear feet any one block can be based upon zoning district and a few other criteria. And so in this instance, the standard based upon the zoning is 2,500 feet. The applicant is proposing a design alternate. Part of this would include a public access easement, which can't be taken into consideration per the code specifically as part of the block perimeter, again, because it has to deal with public rights of way that are dedicated to the city. But they are proposing a public access easement, which will function similar to a roadway And that's why they've described a quote unquote Block A and Block B shown before you. In addition, the applicant is proposing a pedestrian path that you can see will wind its way and kind of bisect the sites connecting Kaiser Street and Rock Quarry Road. And in total, the request is relevant again to the requirement of 2,500 square feet. The function of the block perimeter requirements is really to promote connectivity, especially in a large kind of project such as this, to promote ease of access into and out of the site, and also to create a more fine-grained street network as well. Primary concerns cited by the applicant relevant to compliance with the block perimeter standard and dedicating a public right-of-way that would meet said standard are related to the requirement to install public infrastructure, particularly water line and backflow devices within the public roadway, and also concerns over the need to allow private easements and dry utilities to encroach within any public right-of-way, hence the necessity of them coming forth with this particular design alternate application. I believe that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. I will note that transportation staff is here as well if you have any technical questions, and if not, I can proceed into the applicant's presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McDonald. Any board member questions? Anyone? Okay, hearing none, let's move on to Ms. Schwedler.
Thank you, Chairman Smink. The presentation will actually be handled by my colleague Laura Good today.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman Swink and members of the board. Can you hear me okay?
Thank you, yes.
All right, thank you. I'm Laura Good. I am Jamie Schwedler's colleague at Parker Poe, and our business address is 301 Fayetteville Street, Suite 1400, Raleigh, North Carolina, and we are here on behalf of the applicant. This is the first of 4 related cases for the Old Town development that you will hear today, and we will be here to represent each of those cases. At this time, Mr. Chairman, we would ask that our application, the presentation that we prepared today, and the staff case report and all supporting materials be accepted into the record.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, next slide, please. This slide shows the properties that are impacted by this design alternate request. There are 4 properties. There will be a future subdivision associated with this project. So the focus of this request is down where properties 2, 3, and 4 are shown, as well as the southern half of property 1 there behind Rock Quarry Road. Next slide, please. As Keegan indicated, this is a design alternate request for a 2,165-foot alternate from the block perimeter standard in section 8.3.2.A, requiring a 2,500 linear foot block perimeter. And this results in an overall oversized block of 4,665 feet. But as also indicated by Keegan, there will be a private drive that bisects this block, resulting in a practical result of much smaller blocks. If you could go to the next slide. So again, there will be a private primary internal access drive shown as private drive D in the middle of this block that will include a public access easement and sidewalk. This private drive will follow public street standards, and combined with the public access easement, the result will be the same vehicular and pedestrian connectivity between Kaiser Street and Kasota Lane. So Kaiser Street up at the north and Kasota Lane, which wraps around to the south. As if this was built to public and dedicated as a public right-of-way. And again, meeting that intent of the block perimeter UDO requirement for connectivity. Though the UDO only calculates block perimeter lengths based on public streets and not public drives, the practical result of having this private drive through the block is 2 smaller blocks. So you have block A to the left shown as 3,717 linear feet, and Block B to the right, 3,036 linear feet if you were to calculate it using that private drive. Next slide. Based on this, we meet the findings for this design alternate. First, the design alternate again meets the intent of Article 8.3 to provide a well-connected and safe street network for both vehicular and pedestrian connectivity. Again, this design alternate will include a private drive connecting Kaiser Street and Kasota Lane following public street standards with a public access easement containing a sidewalk for pedestrians to travel, so it meets both the vehicular and pedestrian connectivity intent while preserving safety for both vehicles and pedestrians. Finding 2, it does not increase congestion or compromise safety. I have Ryan Akers here with Nick Adams, who will speak to this in a moment. That the alternate does not conflict with an approved or built roadway construction project adjacent to or in the vicinity of the site. Again, I will call on Ryan to speak to this in a moment. Next slide, please. And finally, the 4th finding, that this design alternate is deemed reasonable due to one or more of the following factors. There are 2 specific factors that this design alternate meets that I will call your attention to. First, that compliance would not meaningfully improve connectivity, and that is again due to the fact that there will be the private drive containing the public access easement connecting Kaiser Street and Kasota Lane to provide that vehicular and pedestrian connectivity. And that connectivity there will be the same regardless of whether it's private or public, because it will be built and follow public street standards there. And then the second factor is that burden of compliance is not reasonable in light of the size of the site or the intensity of the development. And I will call on Ryan to speak to this. So at this time, I would ask that Ryan Akers, professional engineer with McAdams, be allowed to speak and answer questions, as well as to speak to congestion, no conflict to roadway projects, and the burden of compliance.
Okay. Mr. Akers.
So Ryan,
Yes. Sorry.
Ryan, if you could state your name, address, and education or experience for the board.
Sure. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Ryan Akers. I'm a licensed engineer here in North Carolina. I've worked with McAdams, a civil engineering and planning firm located at 2905 Meridian Parkway in Durham. I've been with McAdams for 16 years, and I hold a master's degree in civil engineering from Cornell University. My group of engineers and design technicians under my direct supervision have engineered and entitled many projects in the Triangle, similar to this one before you.
And have you reviewed the proposed site plan for its compliance with the requirements for design alternate?
Yes, I have. My firm designed the plans, and I have reviewed them.
Great. Thank you. I'd like to tender this witness as an expert in the field of engineering.
Okay.
Ryan, in your opinion, would this request significantly increase congestion or compromise safety?
No, the private drive will provide the same connectivity between Kaiser and Kasota Lane as it would have as if it was dedicated as a public street. Also, the private drive will follow public street standards, ensuring that the same safety and intent is there as the public street.
Does this design alternate conflict with an approved or built roadway construction project adjacent to or in the vicinity of the site?
In my opinion, it does not, no.
And is the burden of compliance not reasonable in light of the size of the site or the intensity of this development?
Yes, the development is capped at 360 multifamily units, as stated earlier. Dedication of the private drive as a public road would require installation of substantial water infrastructure. That includes 2 8-inch water meters and backflow preventers, which are fairly significant devices between the private water mains and the right-of-way, or just outside of the right-of-way. And also substantially more water main infrastructure in the public streets, which would not be used by the development or surrounding development. So compliance would also require encroachments from the city or private dry utilities crossing this drive. This increased infrastructure would not provide positives to the adjacent development or the city, as the city would have more infrastructure maintenance without additional users on the line.
Thanks, Ryan. If there are no further questions for Mr. Akers or for our team, we have nothing further, but we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Good. Board members, any questions?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple. So this will be treated as a private road, is that correct?
A private drive, yes, that's correct.
Private drive. Will this at any point be a gated private drive?
I do not believe it will be, but I will let Ryan speak to that.
It's not our intention, no. It's going to serve identical to a public street in most every way other than the utility.
Okay, so the decision to do this is partly to minimize the cost of development, but still provide the level of public service necessary or expected. Is that a fair way to say it?
Yes.
I believe that's correct.
Board members, any questions? Okay, thank you. We had no additional participants sign up to speak, so there is no support or opposition comment. So opportunity there's no applicant rebuttal necessary, but I'll give you the chance for any closing comments. First, last chance for board members to ask a question. Okay, Ms. Good, anything else from you? Okay.
I have nothing further, Chairman Swink.
Okay, thank you. And from our staff, including transportation staff, anything that you would offer at this point that we should understand?
This is Keegan McDonald. Just wanted to offer one comment, and transportation can feel free to follow up. But it's my understanding in speaking with them that if labeled or if kept as a public access easement, then by default, that labeling would require that it be accessible to the public at all times, precluding any type of gating of the drive. Again, that's if it's to be kept as a public access easement.
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that. Mr. King or Mr. Kimbrell, anything else you would add? You're muted. You there? Okay, we're not hearing.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted by the host, so I was not able to unmute myself. This is Daniel King.
Okay.
I do not have anything specific to add. I will echo what Keegan mentioned and confirm that a public access easement will require a deed that will prohibit any gating or any barriers of that private drive. So it will function open to the public at all times as a public street would, even though it's private.
Super. Thank you so much for clarifying that for me.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So if there's nothing else from the board, we'll close the evidentiary hearing and move to board deliberations and an offer of a motion.
A motion to approve, John Coons.
Mr. Coons, thank you. A motion to approve. I need a second. Ms. Rudisill, did you nod? Is that a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisill. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll have a roll call vote.
Could we take down the presentation because I can see it, so I can see everybody?
Thank you.
Holding us this far down is a problem. Okay. All right, roll call. Mr. Coons?
Approve.
Thank you. Ms. Rudisill?
Approve.
Thank you. Chairman Swink?
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton? Approve. Thank you. That makes 4.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Good. Let's move along to evidentiary hearing number 3. This again, 0 and 2055 South New Hope Road, the Old Town WHLP property owner. This is a design alternate A-18-20.
And Mr. Swink, you have 4 people signed up. It's the same 4 people from the last case, so you have nobody new to swear in. So you can go ahead and just start.
Excellent.
Staff presentation.
Super. Thank you so much, Mr. McDonald. Let's hear from you then.
Thank you. Whereas Old Town WEH LP property owner requests a design alternate for relief from the cross-access requirement set forth in Section 835D of the Unified Development Ordinance to not provide cross-access to the property to the west in order to construct a pool, clubhouse, playground, and other amenities on an 18.47 acre property zoned R10 CU located at 0 and 2055 South New Hope Road. Again, this is part of a larger collection within the Old Town development. This particular site plan is relevant to a cluster of amenities that will adjoin a townhouse complex that will be brought up later in the meeting. Again, the property retains the same zoning as seen previously. Here is the primary exhibit provided by the applicant. The request is to not provide the cross-access, and that's vehicular cross-access from the property to shown here, sort of to the southeast, to the property to the west. So again, the property to the east, the subject property contains an assortment of amenities. There will be a pedestrian access provided that will over the property line and provide some access to those walking on foot between the two properties. There will also be drives provided on Anamosa Street that will allow vehicles to make their way from one property to the next. Just to touch on the intent of the cross-access requirements, generally they are seen as a way to allow movement from one parcel or property to another without requiring persons to go onto the roadway. They're very common, of course, and required by the code in almost all instances in commercial contexts. Again, the intention is just to provide an easier way to traverse two adjoining properties. And in this case, the applicant is proposing this pedestrian access and relatively adjacent driveways to qualify and substitute in for a formal cross-access. I believe that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, as well as transportation staff are here as well. And if not, I can proceed into the applicant's presentation.
Great, thank you. And we have questions for Mr. McDonald. Anyone? Hearing none, okay, let us move forward with the applicant's presentation. Ms. Schwedler or Ms. Good?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman Swink again. This is Laura Good with Parker Poe. I'm one of Jamie Schwedler's colleagues, and our business address is 301 Fayetteville Street, Suite 1400, Raleigh, North Carolina, on behalf of the applicant. At this time, we would ask that our application, the presentation we're showing today, as well as staff case report and supporting materials be accepted into the record.
Okay, we'll do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. This slide shows the two properties that are subject to this design alternate request. Again, there will be a future subdivision, so I will call the board's attention to the project area, which is property 2 and the northern portion of property number 1, again along South New Hope Road. Next slide, please. As Keegan indicated, this is a design alternate request for relief from the cross-access requirement of section 8.3.5.d of the UDO to not provide a vehicular cross-access on the boundary line of the proposed amenity lot on the western side of the amenity lot. So as you'll see on your screen here, it's the same site plan. So the eastern property will be the proposed amenity lot. The red dashed line is the future property line there. And then to the west will be the townhome development. As shown on the plan, the design alternate will include sufficient pedestrian and vehicular connectivity between the amenity and townhome lots without a cross-access easement or without a cross-access for vehicles. A pedestrian access, which is shown in teal as Keegan explained, will connect the two lots. Also, the amenity lot will have 2 access points along Anamosa Street, which is the bordering road along the south of the amenity lot. It's also the main kind of road or thoroughfare that's planned throughout the subdivision. And specifically, I'll call the board's attention to the fact that one of these vehicular access points to the amenity lot is at the southwest corner of the proposed property line with the townhouse lot, and it's shown there in purple. And then just to the left, there will be another vehicular access point to from Anamosa Street to the townhouse lot. So you can see how there's two very close in proximity vehicle access drives to each of these lots. So again, it kind of underscores the fact that a third vehicular connection is really not necessary there when you consider the pedestrian access. Next slide, please. For these reasons, we meet the findings for this design alternate. So the first finding is that the design alternate meets the intent of Article 8.3, again, to provide a well-connected and safe street network for vehicular and pedestrian connectivity. Again, as shown on the plan, the amenity lot will have two vehicular connections to Anamosa Street, including one in close proximity to the adjacent townhouse lot to the west, as well as the pedestrian path that connects the two lots. So it will meet both vehicular and pedestrian connectivity intent while preserving safety. The second finding, that the design alternate does not increase congestion or compromise safety, I will call on Ryan Akers, again with McAdams, to speak to this, as well as to the third finding, that the design alternate does not conflict with an approved or built roadway construction project adjacent to or in the vicinity of the site. Next slide, please. And finally, the fourth finding is that the design alternate is deemed reasonable due to one or more of the following. And again, two of the factors are relevant for this request. The first is that compliance would not meaningfully improve connectivity. And that's, again, given the two vehicular connections to the amenity lot from Anamosa Street and close proximity to another vehicular access point to the adjacent lot to the west, as well as the pedestrian path connecting the lots. So there's ample access and connectivity between these two lots. Additionally, we believe that the pedestrian connection will actually encourage pedestrian access to the amenity lot, which may be preferable to having vehicular connection between those two lots. At this time, I would like to call Mr. Akers again to speak to a couple of these findings. He was previously accepted as an expert in engineering for the last case, and I ask that the board accept him for the same purposes for this case.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Ryan, in your opinion, would this request significantly increase congestion or compromise safety?
No, as you stated before, Laura, there will be two vehicular connections along Anamosa Street, providing ample and safe access to the amenity lot without increasing the congestion. Also, the pedestrian path connecting the two lots may decrease congestion by encouraging pedestrian access to the amenity lot and associated amenities within that amenity center, rather than vehicular access.
Great. And does this design alternate conflict with any approved or built roadway construction project adjacent to or in the vicinity of the site?
No, it does not.
Thank you, Mr. Akers. One additional point I did want to raise is the second factor for the finding number 4, that the alternate is deemed reasonable due to one of the following factors. The burden of compliance here is not reasonable in light of the size or of the site or the intensity of the development. Again, this is an amenity lot. It's going to be small and have a very low intensity use. So the pedestrian path connection is a more reasonable connection to the western townhouse lot than a vehicular connection in light of this intensity in small area. If there are no further questions for Mr. Akers or for our team, we have nothing further, but are happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Board members, do you have questions for the applicant? Mr. McDonald, do you have any questions for the applicant?
I do not.
Thank you, and I'll also offer that to transportation. Any questions for the applicant? Less of an issue here, but perhaps here's something.
No, I do not have any additional questions for them. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Just being thorough here. We also had no one else signed up for support or opposition to this case, so let us move to the board again. Last question, opportunities for the board. No one? Ms. Good, any follow-up from you? You've been very thorough, but anything else you want to add?
Nothing at this time. Thank you.
Okay, last chance for staff. I just touched base. I trust you haven't come up with something in the last 30 seconds, but?
No, not at this time.
No? Okay, great. Thank you very much. In that case, we'll close the evidentiary hearing and move to the board for deliberations and a motion if you have one.
This makes sense to me. John Coons here. I have a motion to approve as presented.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisill. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Then we'll move to a roll call vote.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Coates?
Approve.
Ms. Rudisill?
Approve.
Chairman Swink?
Approve.
Mr. Sutton? Approved. That makes 4. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you again, Ms. Good. Moving on to the next item, we're going to call these next two cases together because there's enough similarity and overlap that we can do so. The last two, we thought they were distinctive enough to be heard separately. So we're going to call both 0 and 2055 South New Hope Road, Old Town WHLP property owner. So it's a BOA 0033 2020 variance and the A19 2020 design alternate. So we're going to hear these together. We will vote on them separately. We have an additional witness listed this time. So I believe we'll have to swear in one additional witness. The others have already been sworn in. Ms. Hill, is that correct?
Yep, that's correct. Your one additional witness is Jeremy Finch.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, would you just say your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Jeremy Finch, business address 2905 Meridian Parkway in Durham.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Finch. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. McDaniel, welcome back.
Apologies. Thank you. I'll begin by reading off the natures of requests for both of these cases. First, BOA 0033-2020, whereas Old Town WEH LP property owner requests a variance for complete relief to the requirement that residential driveways be perpendicular to the street within the right-of-way set forth in section 4617 of the Raleigh Street Design Manual, and a 3.5-foot variance to the driveway setback requirement set forth in RPM section 46111 to allow 232 driveways with a 0-foot setback from the side lot line that are not perpendicular to the street within the right-of-way in order to subdivide one lot into 232 townhouse lots and 7 common area lots on a 47.04-acre property zoned R10CU located at 0 and 2055 South New Hope Road. And A1920, whereas Old Town WEH LP property owner requests a design alternate for relief from the cross-access requirement set forth in section 835D of the Unified Development Ordinance to not provide cross-access to the property to the east in order to subdivide one lot into 232 townhouse lots and 7 common area lots on a 47.04-acre property zoned R10CU and located at 0 and 2055 South New Hope Road. So as you can tell from the natures of request, both of these are related to a pending subdivision on the subject property to create approximately 232 townhouse lots as well as 7 common area lots. Here is the primary exhibit related to the driveway spacing and non-perpendicular driveway requirements that are stipulated within the Raleigh Street Design Manual. This is a rather large townhouse subdivision. There are a number of townhouses that may not comply with either of these requirements, hence the inclusion of all lots within the request, just to provide some added flexibility to the applicant. So the two components are first that driveways be perpendicular to the street. As you can see from the depiction here, there are a number of townhouses, given the kind of geometry of the street network, that won't be exactly perpendicular, the driveways that is, to the public street, thus necessitating the request for a variance. In addition, there are a number of driveways within the property that, or excuse me, within the subject site that will have a side lot line setback of closer than 3.5 feet, some actually adjoining the property line. I will defer to transportation staff as to how they went about reviewing and discussing the request with the applicant, but it is my understanding that they were able to analyze the project kind of in total, and these regulations are put in place to prevent a one-off or small cluster of townhouses or other homes, for instance, that have driveways that are non-compliant. But in this instance, they are able to get kind of a more full-scale view of the development based upon the subdivision plan. And as I understand it, don't have any particular comment on the application on either request, but are available to answer any questions that you may have. At this time, Chairman Swink, would you like me to proceed to the design alternate as well, or to pause on this particular item?
Let's pause just briefly to give the board a chance to ask questions on this particular item, if there are any.
Certainly.
Anyone? Okay, we'll come back if we need to, but let's move on to the design alternate.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
And so I won't spend too much time on the design alternate, only because it's related to the request that the board previously heard. This is the adjoining property to the amenity site plan that was considered in the previous evidentiary hearing. So both site plans require compliance with cross-access, and thus they have come forth requesting that cross-access not be provided from this townhouse development and subdivision to the amenity lot. There again will be a pedestrian access connecting the adjoining lots, as well as vehicular access being taken off a common street at Anamosa that will allow vehicles to make their way from the townhouse development to the amenity lot. So that concludes my presentation. Again, happy to answer any questions. If not, I can proceed into the applicant's presentation.
Okay, thank you. Board members, do you have any questions about this item? Okay, let us move along to the applicant presentation. Ms. Swadler or Ms. Good?
Good afternoon, Chairman Swink. This is Laura Good again with Parker Poe here on behalf of the applicant. At this time, I would ask that our application, presentation, and the staff case report, as well as supporting materials for both BOA 33-2020 and A19-20 be entered into the record.
Okay, we'll do so. Thank you.
And I would plan to do the same, our presentation is the same as Keegan did. I'll plan to do both presentations and then open up for questions from the board, if that's acceptable.
Yes, that's fine. Go right ahead.
Great, thank you. Next slide, please. So this again shows the project area, or the two properties that are the subject of the variance request, again for future subdivision, but focusing the board's attention on parcel 2 and the northern half of parcel number 1. In this case, does involve two issues related to driveways for the proposed townhouses. First, perpendicularity with the street within the right-of-way, and second, the 3.5-foot side lot setback requirement for residential driveways. Next slide, please. So there are a number of several site constraints that are unique to this proposed property that result in a site design that makes compliance with these two driveway standards infeasible. So over the next few slides, we're going to go through these constraints and show how the cumulative impact leads to the need for these requested variances. This first slide shows the first and most substantial site constraints, and those result from topography and adjacent streams and wetlands. So the streams are the dark green areas shaded on the west and east, and then the wetlands are the lighter green areas shaded. There's some to the southwest and then along the north. And so that not only shapes the proposed property, it also dictates the site design. There are also recorded tree conservation easements and greenway easements along the eastern side of the property as well that further restrict the site design. Next slide, please. So this slide takes those existing wetlands, streams, topography that we already talked about, and lays on an additional layer, which are the existing sewer easements on the property. And they're shown in orange. One is running through the north of the site, and another is running through the southern portion of the site from east to west, and then some legs of that kind of run north-south apart from that. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the resulting street layout and the buildable area or buildable pods that result from these site constraints. So as you can see, the streets are designed to naturally follow the streams, wetlands, and topography of the site, while also avoiding interference with sewer easements. You can also see that there's a pinch point that's created at the north of the site due to these features. There's not buildable area up there, and how this sets up really for a design of an overall loop road rather than a straight street grid pattern that would better able us to meet with the strict application of these requirements. The roads that run east to west within the overall loop road are designed to meet other UDO standards, including block perimeter and intersection perpendicularity requirements with the overall loop road, which further impacts our ability to comply with these driveway requirements. And then finally, there is one cul-de-sac that is planned on the western part of the site where there is developable area. And a cul-de-sac is appropriate here because there cannot be a street connection in the future to the northwest due to the streams and wetlands there. Next slide, please. So this slide shows how the street design and buildable area layouts are determined by the site constraints and result in driveways that cannot meet perpendicularity and side lot setback standards. So notably, you'll see here the curved streets designed to follow the unique site features and to meet other UDO standards result in driveways that are either not perpendicular to the street in the right-of-way. Particularly at the north, you'll see the curvature of the road on that loop road up there, as well as other curves in the road. Also near intersections and at the cul-de-sac. Also, the buildable areas that remain based on these site constraints and the street layout, specifically for townhouses, when combined with the application of other UDO standards, all of those factors together make it infeasible to meet side lot setbacks on some of these driveways. Next slide, please. So this slide shows an example of the requested relief from RSDM 4.6.1.7, which is the driveway perpendicularity requirement. So on the left side, you'll see how specifically for a cul-de-sac, it's not feasible to make a driveway that's perpendicular with the right-of-way. On the right side of the screen, there's a couple of other examples. The top example is just showing where a road is curved, again, to run with the streams and the natural topography. You're going to have driveways that are not perpendicular to a curve in a road. And then on the bottom right side of the screen, you'll see approaching an intersection with the curved loop road when you're also trying to take into consideration getting an intersection as close to perpendicular as possible for safe maneuvering while turning on roads. That also results in driveways that are not perpendicular to the right-of-way. Next slide, please. So this slide also shows an example of the requested relief from RSDM 4.6.1.11, which is a 3.5-foot side lot setback requirement for all residential driveways. And again, when you layer on all of the different site constraints that we spoke to earlier, you get a resulting buildable area where you're also trying to meet all the other UDO requirements, and it just becomes infeasible to meet these side lot setback standards. Next slide, please. So the UDO provides under section 10.2.10.d.3 that a variance is allowed if this board makes the following findings. So first, an unnecessary hardship would result in the strict application of the ordinance. And again, here it's not necessary to demonstrate that in absence of the variance, no reasonable use can be made of the property, just keeping that in mind with the standard. So when you look at all of the restrictions of the site cumulatively that we went through, together with the need to meet other UDO standards that can sometimes be in conflict with compliance with these driveway standards, it becomes nearly impossible to design and meet the strict application of these standards. And strict application would so severely restrict development, specifically for a townhouse building type, it would almost make the project infeasible. The second standard, or the second finding, is that the hardship results from conditions that are peculiar to the property, such as location, size, or topography, and that these hardships or these conditions cannot be common to the neighborhood or the general public. So here we've shown how we have multiple different site features, including topography, streams, wetlands, sewer easements, that all kind of line up to create the hardship. And these elements also restrict straight grid street design and limit severely the buildable area, preventing compliance with the strict application of these standards. Next slide, please. The third finding is that the hardship did not result from actions taken by the applicant or the property owner. And again, these site-specific characteristics were not created by the property owner. And finally, the fourth finding is that the requested variance is consistent with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance, such that public safety is secured and substantial justice is achieved. And this is a really important one for this request. These variances are consistent with the UDO purpose to provide neighborhoods with a variety of housing types to serve the needs of a diverse population and to encourage compact development. So granting these variances will allow for development of this townhouse community, which will provide an additional type of housing as opposed to single-family detached development, and will provide more compact development than a single-family detached development. And the driveways will be designed to ensure adequate setbacks and street alignment to ensure safe access to and from each lot. I do have Jeremy Finch, who is also a professional engineer with McAdams, who is available to answer any questions. But at this time, we would like to move to the next request for case A19-20.
Let's just take a moment to let me ask the board. You've done a thorough job on this one, but are there any questions from the board about the first item we just heard? Okay, continue your presentation then, please.
Thank you. And if I could just get the next presentation for A19-20. Great, thank you. Next slide, please. This again shows the project location. This is in the same exact location as the previous cross-access relief for between the townhome and the amenity lot. Next slide, please. And again, this is the exact same cross-access relief, just for the applied to the townhouse lot instead of to the amenity lot for relief from the cross-access requirement. Again, there will be sufficient pedestrian and vehicular access from the pedestrian connection, as well as the vehicular access points off of Anamosa Street. Next slide, please. And again, we meet all of the findings of a design alternate. The first finding that we meet the intent, because we are providing the intended connection for vehicular and pedestrian connectivity through the pedestrian access and the vehicular access points while ensuring safety. The design will not increase congestion or compromise safety, and I can have Ryan Akers speak to that if you would like. Also, finding number 3, it does not conflict with an approved or built roadway construction project. Again, can have Ryan Akers with McAdams speak to this. Next slide, please. And finally, the design alternate is deemed reasonable due to one or more of the following findings or factors. Here, factor 2, compliance would not meaningfully improve connectivity, and we've spoken to the pedestrian connection and the 2 vehicular connections off of Anamosa Street. And finally, that the burden of compliance is not reasonable in light of the size of the site or intensity of the development. And again, we've spoken about the amenity lot and how it is small and a low intensity use, and how compliance is not reasonable here. At this time, I can call Mr. Akers to speak to any of these findings or answer any questions, but otherwise, we're happy to answer any questions on either case that the board may have.
Great, thank you. Let's open it up to the board for questions for Ms. Good or for Mr. Akers if you have them. On either of these cases, speak specifically to which one you're asking about. Okay, go back to the staff. Any questions from you about anything you've heard?
I have no questions at this time.
Okay, great, thank you. We have no one else signed up in support or opposition to speak, so we'll get back to the wrap up. Board, second chance. Okay, Ms. Good, any further information?
Not at this time, thank you.
Thank you, and likewise, we just heard from Mr. McDonald. I trust there's nothing else at this time. So let's close the evidentiary hearing and move to the board. And we'll take these one item at a time. First, the BOA, the variance question, 0033-2020. I'm going to move approval on that one, and I'll ask for a second.
Second, John Coons.
Mr. Coons, a second. Okay, we have a motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion? Then let us move to a roll call vote. Mr. Puccini, that was, the chairman made the motion in case you didn't catch that.
Oh, yes, got it. Thank you. So roll call, Chairman Swink,
Approve.
Mr. Coons,
Approve.
Ms. Rudisell,
Approve.
Mr. Sutton. Approved. Thank you. That makes 4 approves.
Thank you, very good. Now to the design alternate A19-2020. Entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisell. We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Then we'll move to a roll call vote.
Thank you. Ms. Rudisell?
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Approve. Chairman Swink?
Approve.
Thank you. And Mr., where are you? Mr. Coons?
Approve.
That makes 4.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Good. Thank you, everyone. Let's
Thank
move
you.
along to our fifth hearing today. We have 3 cases in this block that can be called together, although again, we will vote on them separately. This will be 1641 Glenwood Avenue. TSC Ventures LLC is the property owner. One is a variance, BOA 0020-2020. Then we have design alternates A-20-2020 and design alternates A-23-20. So we have a new group on this one, Ms. Hill.
Yes, you do. You have 4 people sign up to participate. The first one is Michael Birch. He's their attorney. The next person, when I call your name, please state your name and address, and Mr. Spink will reaffirm your oath. Chandler Turner.
Be sure to check your mute.
Hello, everyone. This is Chandler Turner. Business address is 1 Glenwood Avenue, Suite 201, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27603.
Okay, Mr. Turner, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Michael Vamprin.
Hey, good afternoon. This is Michael Vamprin, same address, 1 Glenwood, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Mr. Vamprin, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, and Lee Perry.
Yes, this is Lee Perry, home address 2909 Lake Boone Place, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27608.
And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Hodge, welcome.
Thank you. Just a moment. My toggle buttons are overlapping each other. Let's see. I can't get the full slideshow to show because WebEx is... There we go. All right. BOA 0020-2020 is a variance to UDO section 3.5.3, which requires a wall between 6.5 and 9 feet in height in order to create a Zone A transition yard without a wall on the subject property adjacent to the residential property to the west. The second portion of the request is a variance to UDO section 3.5.4, which prohibits principal structures to be located within Zone B of the neighborhood transition zone in order to place the proposed bank within Zone B of the transition yard. I will note that the third portion of their request related to the build to requirement is being removed from your consideration today. The applicants have explored alternative relief through the Board of Adjustment, through the Appearance Commission for the build to requirements. So that portion of the request is off the table today, as they did receive approval through that process. The fourth portion of the request is a variance from the Raleigh Street Design Manual, explicitly section 9.5, which requires driveways along a major street intersecting with a local or mixed-use street to be spaced at least 200 feet from the intersection in order to permit a driveway that's 160 feet from the Glenwood Avenue and Fairview Road intersection. And the final portion of the variance request is a variance to UDO section 7.2.5.A.5, which prohibits a drive-through window on the side of a building facing any residential district in order to construct a drive-through window for the bank that faces the R4 zoning district in order to permit the construction of a 2,400 square foot bank located on this 0.43 acre site zoned neighborhood mixed use 3 urban general, which is located at 1641 Glenwood Avenue. Before I go into the other portions of the request, just wanted to orient you briefly. As you can see here, this is the 5 Points intersection. This is 2 parcels south of that intersection along Glenwood Avenue, directly across from the Rialto movie theater, just to orient you. And the parcels to the north have similar zoning. The parcel to the south has office mixed use zoning, detached frontage. The second request is a design alternate to UDO section 8.3.5.C.3.C, which requires that driveways accessing a more than 80-foot wide right-of-way be spaced at least 300 feet apart. The first portion of that request is design alternates to construct the project's northern driveway, which is located 54 feet from a driveway located on the parcel with PIN number 1704-47-8598. That amounts to a 246-foot design adjustment. They're requesting a 125-foot adjustment from a driveway on the parcel with PIN number 1704-47-8598, which equates to a 175-foot alternate. The third portion is a 110-foot alternate from the project's to allow for the project's southern driveway, which is a 190-foot alternate, and to have a driveway space 211 feet from one on parcel with PIN 1704-47-8256, which equates to an 89-foot alternate. They're also seeking design alternates to construct the project's southern driveway, which is located 165 feet from a driveway located on the parcel with PIN number 1704-47-8598, which is a 135-foot alternate. They want to have a driveway space 236 feet from a driveway located on the parcel with PIN 1704-47-8598, which is a 64-foot alternate. They want to have a driveway 77 feet from a driveway located on parcel with PIN number 1704-47-8354, which is a 223-foot alternate. And lastly, as part of that request, from a driveway, they want a 200-foot alternate to allow for a driveway from that located on parcel with PIN 1704-47-8256. And that would be a 100-foot spacing from that other driveway. In order to permit the construction, again, of a 2,400 square foot bank on this 0.43 acre site. And the last portion of their, last of this bundle of requests is case A23-20, which is a design adjustment seeking a 12-foot adjustment to the UDO section 8.4.6.B, which requires Glenwood Avenue, which is an avenue 4-lane divided, to have a 76-foot back of curb to back of curb cross section in order to maintain the existing back of curb to back of curb cross section, and design adjustments to UDO section 8.5.2.B to permit the tree lawn planting type instead of utilizing tree grades, and to permit the street trees to be planted behind the sidewalk instead of within the planting area between the back of curb and the sidewalk, in order to permit the construction of the 2,400 square foot bank on this parcel. This is the proposed site plan, with Glenwood Avenue being at the southern portion or bottom portion of this slide, showing the vehicular movements. It's a one-way in, circulating around the back, with the drive-throughs located in this area, and the transition yard portion of the request.
Mr. Hodge, excuse me, I'm not sure we're seeing what you're describing. Is this the correct slide?
This is the bank.
What I'm seeing is the zoning map.
Okay. I'm seeing where something says pause. Let me see if it resumes. If that.
There you go. Okay, there you go.
Sorry, my apologies.
That's okay.
So this is the site plan. Glenwood Avenue is at the bottom of the screen, running left to right, and this shows the vehicular layout with the two driveways, which are a big portion of the request. They're spacing from other intersections and or driveways, and then they have a drive-through on the back portion of the property adjacent to the residential, which they're seeking relief from the transition yard requirements. A portion of the transition requirements require the building to be spaced at least 50 feet away from the residential property adjacent, which is not happening. And they're also seeking to not erect the required wall or fence along the adjacent, choosing the required wall along the adjacent property. I do believe there are some adjacent buildings that are essentially built on the property line for a portion of that, and then adjacent fences and or walls on the remainder. However, the applicants, if they were to get this variance, the neighboring property would continually be on the hook for maintaining any wall or fence that was between the two if relief were granted from that requirement for this proposal. Transportation staff is available if you have any questions or comments about driveway spacing, portions of the request, or the right-of-way modifications that are proposed through design alternates or design adjustments. However, they have not raised any issues with the proposed request, to my knowledge, other than the fact that the staff felt that the tree grades were more suitable in this environment, and that they be between the sidewalk and the curb, because this is a heavily pedestrian-oriented environment with the urban general frontage, and staff felt that that cross-section was more appropriate. Unless you have any other questions of me at this time, that would conclude my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hodge. There's a lot of moving parts to this one, so I'm going to give the board a chance to ask some questions. I would like one clarification. The site plan is helpful, but the initial variance is relief from the wall, but the application of a Zone A transition yard. So I assume and trust what we're looking at illustrates what a Zone A transition yard would be, but could you describe me, give me the verbal language of what's a Zone A transition yard, please?
So it's essentially a 10-foot wide landscaped transition yard. And the applicants are providing the area, I believe, and the landscaping. However, the wall at the rear of the transition yard, which would essentially be erected on the property line, is not being provided.
Okay, thank you.
The second portion of the transition requirement would prohibit any building, including any roof overhangs for the driveway, or excuse me, for the drive-through and whatnot, to be located within 50 feet of the neighboring property as well. It would allow for parking and things like that, but because there's a portion of the building within that 50-foot area called for by the type B or part B of the transition yard requirement. That's the second portion of their variance request as it relates to transitions to the neighboring property. I would note that the current use on the site is a gas station, been there for many, many, many years, and that it too does, I believe, violate both of those transition yard requirements.
Okay, great, thank you. Board members, any questions for Mr. Hodge or for transportation?
No, John Kuntz here. I think Eric just kind of touched on it, but it looks like, especially on design alternate requests, a lot of what they're asking is really just to maintain some of the current conditions, especially the driveways. Do I read that correctly?
That's correct, and probably actually narrowing the driveway situation out that's out there today, if I'm not mistaken.
And just as for my own clarification, on the what is triggering that driveway? Is that because Glenwood Avenue is 80 feet or larger in width? Is that what kind of triggers it? Is that a speed thing they're really getting at?
That's correct. It's based on the designation of the roadway. Okay. The type of roadway has varying driveway spacing standards from intersections or from other driveways along the same side of the street to prevent turning conflicts.
Yeah, I get that. So as we see more of these, especially in the core redevelopment, I imagine we'll see a lot more of these design alternates come across, especially on those roadways. Okay, I just want to.
In newer parts of town, on sites that aren't already constrained or are so small, it's not as challenging. But when you're dealing with a built environment with neighboring parcels that already have driveways that were constructed prior to these requirements or our kind of encouragement of shared driveways and such, it does exacerbate need for relief of this sort.
Okay. All right, cool, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay, let's move along to Mr. Birch, please.
Hey, good afternoon, Chairman Swink. Good afternoon, Michael Birch with Longleaf Law Partners here on behalf of the applicant. Also with me again, Lee Perry with East West Partners on behalf of the applicant, and then Chandler Turner, professional engineer, Michael Bamford, landscape architect with McAdams that have already been sworn in. Appreciate the presentation by Mr. Hodge. And before we get into our presentation, just would ask that our application, exhibits, and presentation be included as evidence in the record.
Okay.
And if the presentation can be put back up, I think we've got one that maybe somewhat similar to what you've seen. We go, let me say, Mr. Hodge kind of broke down the many requests that we have, and I think you can kind of put them into three buckets. One bucket that is transportation related, which I'll touch on. Then we have the neighborhood transition variance, and then the drive-through variance. So I wanted to touch on the transportation ones first, because as was acknowledged, really all of those requests are related to maintaining the current conditions or improving them. And then we'll do a little bit more deeper dive on the neighborhood transition and drive-through matter. So again, this is highlights the existing parcel. It is developed currently with a Marathon gas station, 24-hour, 8 filling locations, as well as a convenience store. If you can go to the next slide, you can get a sense of the site. You can see how wide those existing driveways are. There are 2 existing driveways that are very wide, plus vehicular surface area right along the backside of the sidewalk. Go to the next slide. And again, here's the proposed plan. Our access off of Glenwood Avenue. Again, we are limiting our northern driveway to in only, and then our southern driveway to out, egress only. So it's a one-way traffic pattern through the site. So we'll just again touch on the. Let's see if you go one more slide, please. Okay, so this exhibit intends to kind of show the distance and spacing relative to the existing driveways to the north, which is kind of on the right-hand side of the page, and the existing driveways to the south, which are on the left-hand side of the page. Again, we are narrowing our proposed driveways, making them one way, so limiting opportunities for conflict. And then we also have a request that is related to spacing from the Fairview Glenwood intersection. And again, these are all kind of existing conditions that we are at the very least improving. The other requests related to Glenwood Avenue is to maintain the current back-to-back section. This is a DOT road. Because of the constraints up and down this road, particularly around closer to the intersection, there's a realization from DOT and the city of Raleigh that widening this road or increasing the back-to-back section with additional travel lanes will be incredibly difficult and may not happen in our lifetime. And so, again, we are looking to maintain the existing back-to-back section. And then related to the streetscape, DOT does not allow trees within proximity to the travel lanes. And that is why we are proposing them on the backside of the sidewalk in the tree lawn, as opposed to with tree grates up on the street. I'll also just note that the streetscape south of this site is tree lawn and then a sidewalk with trees behind. So we're looking at maintaining the streetscape that is south of this site, but also recognizes that we can't plant those trees adjacent to the right of way. Again, our professional engineer is here to answer any questions you may have on the details of those. We have responded to all of the required findings in our applications, and would just ask that we rely on those. But if there are any particular questions, we can address those. So then I'll focus on first the neighborhood transition standards. So if we can, Eric, go back up to that kind of proposed site plan. Yeah, thank you. So the Zone A, or neighborhood transitions, have 3 zones, 2 of which are relevant here, Zone A and Zone B. And the total of Zone A and Zone B have to total 50 feet in width. Zone A, you can have a 10-foot wide landscaped area with a very dense planting schedule and a wall at least 6.5 feet in height and no more than 9 feet in height. And as to Zone A, we are asking for a variance to essentially allow the existing walls that are on the property line to remain, to serve as our wall requirement as a part of the transition. And I'll show some pictures and we can talk about more about that. But we do have the required average width, and we also are complying with the planting schedule. That's what you see, those shade trees, 6 shade trees, 5 understory trees, 64 shrubs that will be providing, additional screening above what is a 10-foot wall on the south side, and then an actual building on the north side, which we'll show. And then the second aspect of the transition is Zone B, which essentially is outside of Zone A, so between that 10-foot and 50-foot area into the site. And in there, you are allowed kind of accessory uses, accessory structures, parking, drive aisles, things like that, but not principal buildings, including overhangs. So I want to note the 2 locations for you that we are requesting a variance. First is essentially the northwest corner of the proposed building, which if you're looking at this plan, it's the top right-hand corner. You'll see that dotted line that kind of curves into the building a little bit. So what is causing that? That's the 50-foot line. You can see that up until that point, we are compliant with that zone B. But as the property line jogs into the site, that's causing that curve to kind of nick the corner of the building. So that is one part. The other is the overhang that is over the drive aisle closest to the bank, and then half of the drive aisle to the north of that. So you can see that other dashed line there for the building overhang. And I'll get into some details about that. So, Eric, if you are able to go down a few slides until you get to the picture of the existing wall. So there's one picture of the existing wall. Again, you can see 2 dumpsters back there. If you can go to the next one. All right, so here are some kind of up close pictures of the existing wall and some other things related to the gas station. You see the vacuum cleaner back there. Again, this is a 24-hour operation. You can see it's not taken care of. There's really no landscaping back there. But that is a 10-foot kind of cinder block wall that is right on the property line, and it's holding up some dirt on the residential side of the property, about 1 foot, 2 feet of dirt there. And then if you go to the next picture, again, this is that same segment of the wall, the southern portion. You can see that they're unscreened dumpsters and recycling bins, no landscaping. Go to the next slide. Now you start to get to that where that jog in the property line is. You can see that center block wall follows that. And then as it turns back north, you see that it hits this white brick. And that's about 10 feet up to the roof line of that structure. And then there are, roof structures back there. And I think we've got maybe one more picture that shows the balance of that. But that is a significant structure on that adjacent property, garage and living area that was constructed right up on the property line. But is essentially a 10-foot wall plus the roof structure. So from and what we're asking is that we essentially, allowed that wall combination to serve as our transition wall. The hardship to build a wall right next to a wall, and one that would be smaller, shorter and without affecting the integrity of those walls or that building on the north side. Because of how significant those structures are, we think the probability of them being removed is incredibly low. If the board wants to plan for some contingency by a condition that if these things are removed, we would put up a 6.5 foot tall fence, closed fence. We're open to that, but again, we just think putting a wall next to a wall that we would kind of undermine what's there already. With regard to the building overhang, I do want to note that, and Eric, if you're able to go back to that proposed site plan, that proposed overhang is open air. It is only 14 feet tall. I do want to note that in Zone B, again, which this overhang is in, that Zone B does allow accessory structures that are 14 feet tall and at least 15 feet back from the property line. In this case, the building overhang is 25 feet away and again is not a solid enclosed structure at that location. And then the corner of the building, of the actual enclosed building that's clipped, the building is allowed to be 40 feet tall at that end of Zone B, but the proposed building is only about 18 feet 8 inches tall in that location. So the variances are tied to the site plan that is pending in reviewing the city associated with the request. And so again, variance is kind of tied to what you're seeing and what's being proposed. So I want to note, again, kind of on the unnecessary hardship, I'll kind of hit the standards related to the transition area. This building is only 2,400 square feet, and the parcel is small, but even to locate such a small building on this property, we can't reasonably cite it really any other way, given how shallow the lot is, and given the amount of right-of-way dedication that is required along Glenwood Avenue, in addition with complying with the parking regulations, circulation requirements, amenity area, and all of those items. It's peculiar to the property. One note from Glenwood Avenue, after the city is requiring between 12 and 13 feet right-of-way dedication along Glenwood Avenue. So coming into the site significantly, which if you took the area of Zone A and Zone B as a percentage of the lot after right-of-way dedication, that Zone A and Zone B transition area would take up 46% of the lot. They're asking for some minor encroachments of a small corner of a bank building and a overhang that are both below 20 feet in height and are largely hidden behind a 10-foot concrete block wall. Again, this is not a result of the applicant's actions. Property is size that it is, and again, the city's requiring the dedication of right-of-way. The spirit, purpose, and intent, again, the purpose of Zone A is to buffer and screen. We think that is being accomplished with the 10-foot existing wall and the existing structure. Additionally, we are complying with the planning requirements. Zone B is meant to allow for some open areas and low intensity uses. But again, we feel like we comply with that intent by having just an open air structure that is a height that is allowed for accessory structures even closer to the residential building than we are proposing. And I would just say overall, this relates to this request as well as the drive-through request, that this is a bank use that is much less intense than the 24-hour gas station and convenience store use We won't have the vacuum cleaner right up adjacent to the property or unscreened trash dumpsters, unenclosed trash dumpsters. But transition is not just about a visual screen, again, which we think we're providing with the landscaping. It's also about use. And we think the overall transition is being greatly improved by the bank use, the distance of the building, the landscaping. I will say we adjoin one residential owner to our west, Chris and Eliza Stacker. They are very much, we're not able to join the hearing today, but are very supportive of this project. Our applicant has talked with them. Really anything to get rid of the 24-hour gas station with convenience store sales and the loitering and everything else that goes on there. They want a much better neighbor, and we think that this variance will facilitate a much better neighborhood. And then let me touch on the drive-through variance request. So this is to allow the drive-through window, again, kind of on the, call it, when you're looking at this sheet, the top of the bank building, what would be the west side of the bank building. There's that drive-through teller window there. And in that other kind of middle island under the overhang, there's also a drive-through there. Again, the UDO's screening requirements, and location requirements are probably focused on fast food uses, much more intense uses. Again, we have a bank use here, but because we are zoned urban frontage, we can't have the window on the side of the building facing Glenwood Avenue. We cannot place the drive-through window on the north side because any drive-through requires a amount of stacking in terms of being able to have cars line up. And then we're unable to put the window on the south side because there's not enough room for 2 through lanes. As you can see, there's only that one lane that's located kind of on the south side. So really could only put the drive-through on the west side of the building. But again, want to note that it's located behind a 10-foot concrete wall. It's located over 30 feet from the adjacent property. It's associated with a bank use, which is a quiet, limited use. And we think that it meets the intent of that section, that screening requirement. We are screening it visually and with landscaping, and it's associated with a use that is limited in that manner. So again, we have the applicant, we have our landscape architect, our engineer here. Just in the interest of time, I wanted to kind of run through that and get all of that out there as to those variances and the transportation related matters. I do want to acknowledge that we would need 4 out of 4 votes on the variances, which include the drive-through and the transition requirement, in addition to a intersection driveway spacing. So if there are concerns by a particular, by a board member who may not be able to support the case, we'd appreciate hearing that feedback instead of kind of going down the road to a negative vote. But we would want to do all we can here to address the board's concerns. That's all from the applicant at this time.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Birch. Okay, board members, to his point, if you have any reservations about the variance, this is a good time to air that, but we'll also entertain questions, maybe something you need clarified. Anyone? Coates, anything? No?
No, I think it was a really thoughtful and detailed presentation. There were a lot of questions going in. I think the number of us had offline, and also they're all answered pretty proficiently and clearly in the last 30 minutes. So I want to thank you on that.
Staff has one question, if you would permit.
Yes, sir. You're next, so go right ahead.
So Mr. Birch noted that this is Glenwood Avenue is a DOT-controlled street, and therefore would prohibit street trees being located within the right-of-way. However, they do make exceptions. Have you or your clients approached NCDOT about this specific location and received feedback as to whether or not those street trees would or would not be allowed in this location?
Hey, I will.
Because typically, when that is the case, staff waives the requirement because we can't make you put street trees in a place that DOT won't let you. So typically, this board doesn't see those requests anymore. They're dealt with administratively.
Yeah, so two things. It used to require a C2 yard, which we wouldn't be able to accommodate. And then I think while this case was pending, there was the text change TC17 that came in. But I do want to ask either Chandler Turner or Michael Vamprin to address that and maybe anything else related to that issue as an alternate.
You should unmute yourself.
I'm not sure if Chandler or Michael are trying to talk.
Hey, can you guys hear us? We were still on mute. Sorry about that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we did reach out to NCDOT about the location shown on this plan, and we've gotten approval based on their distance from the travel lane within the right-of-way. As you mentioned, they will not allow us to put it right on the back of curb because it violates their spacing requirements. And as Michael mentioned in the past, we've had to do a C2 yard, which would further encroach into the parcel, limiting the buildable area. For that reason, we chose to put them within the right-of-way and seek NCDOT approval, which we were granted.
Would you please clarify which one of you was speaking? I didn't catch the name then.
Sorry, this is Chandler Turner at McAdams.
Yes, thank you. Okay, Mr. Hodge, any other questions from you?
Nothing else from me. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. Again, board members, no one else signed up in support or opposition to this, so we'll move to the sort of final section here. Again, starting with the board. I've heard nothing yet. Anything from the applicant, anything further, Mr. Birch, you want us to know?
No, sir, Mr. Chair.
Okay, likewise, staff, one last shot from you. Anything, Mr. Hodge?
Nothing else. Thank you.
Or transportation, if you have anything. Okay, we'll then close the evidentiary hearing and move to the board for deliberations. Again, we're going to vote on these separately. We'll discuss them first. Let's start with the variance.
I'd make a motion to approve unless somebody has any further discussion.
Well, we will take a motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Thank you. Further discussion? And let's move to a roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Mr. Coons?
Approve.
Thank you, Ms. Rittisell.
Approve.
Thank you, Chairman Swink.
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton.
Approved.
Thank you, sir. That makes 4.
Excellent. Thank you. Design alternates A 20-2020. I will move approval on this one.
Second. Second,
Mr. Coons, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Swink.
Approve.
Mr. Coons?
Approve.
Ms. Rittisell?
Approve.
Mr. Sutton?
Approved.
Thank you. That makes 4.
Thank you. That takes us to our last item, the design adjustments A 23-20. Discussion or a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Coons. Motion to approve. Do we have a second? I'll second that. Ms. Russell, did I get ahead of you there?
That's fine.
She beat you to it. Sorry, Chairman.
No worries. I'll take the second on that. Any further discussion? Then let us move to roll call, please.
Thank you. Mr. Coons?
Approve.
Chairman Swink?
Approve.
Ms. Rittisell?
Approve.
Mr. Sutton?
Approved.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, thank you. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Birch and your team. Let's move along to our evidentiary hearing 6. Again, in this case, we have 3 items together to call together. This is 913 Spring Forest Road for Properties LLC is the property owner. This is BOA-0024-2020, which is a variance. And then A21-20 design adjustment and A22-20 design alternate. So we have Mr. Birch again, but we have new witnesses this time. So Ms. Hill?
Yes, you have 4 additional witnesses. When I state your name, please address, and the chair will reaffirm your oath. Frank Morrissey?
Yes, Frank Morrissey, 6131 Falls of Neuse Road, Raleigh, North Carolina, Suite 202. And I reaffirm my oath.
Excuse me, Mr. Morrissey, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Ted Van Dyke?
Yes. I'm at 1304 Hillsborough Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, and I'm ready to reaffirm my oath.
And Mr. Van Dyke, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Ryan Whitley?
Yes, Ryan Whitley, 1304 Hillsborough Street.
Okay, Mr. Whitley, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And your last person is David Dunn.
Yeah, this is David Dunn. I'm with Bass, Nixon and Kennedy. Address is 6310 Suite Chapel Hill Road, Suite 250. That's Raleigh, North Carolina, 27607.
Okay, Mr. Dunn, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Hodge, welcome again.
Thank you. So the subject property is located on the north side of Spring Forest Road, just west of its intersection with Falls of the Neuse Road. For those of you familiar with this area, this was formerly the site of a Hollywood video. And they're repurposing the existing building on the site and are seeking variances, design adjustments, and design alternates. The first request, BOA 0024-2020, is a request for a 2,956 square foot variance to UDO section 3.2.5.A3, which requires that the general building type located in a commercial mixed-use district such as this set aside 10% of the lot area as an outdoor amenity area in order to permit a 1,400 square feet outdoor amenity area. So it is shy the 10% of the land area of the site by the 2,956 feet. The second portion of the variance request is a 3-foot variance to UDO section 7.1.6.B.1 to permit a drive aisle serving 90-degree parking spaces to be as narrow as 19 feet in width instead of the 22-foot standard width requirement. The third variance is a variance of complete relief in order complete relief from UDO section 7.1.7.D, which requires interior islands every 10 parking spaces in order to permit the existing parking lot layout, which includes a series of 27 parking spaces without an interior island and a series of 13 parking spaces without an interior island to be permitted as part of a change in use for this 7,470 square foot building. They're proposing to utilize a restaurant use as well as an indoor recreation use, more specifically in this case a health club, to occupy this building, which is located on a 1-acre parcel zone commercial mixed use 3, parking limited conditional use, and is located at 913 Spring Forest Road. I would note that in the staff report, in response to the staff, or excuse me, in response to the applicant's comments related to the 4 variance considerations and findings that the board would make, their plan that was submitted had indicated that they were over parked by 5 spaces. However, those numbers provided on that plan sheet were incorrect, and based on their proposed number of seats within the restaurant itself, they actually are just meeting their parking requirements per the code, so they are not considered over parked. And we've made that comment related to their shortfall on amenity areas, thinking they could remove some parking spaces, provide additional outdoor amenity, and at least get closer to the targeted goal of 10%. But as it stands, their parking numbers based on their proposed seats are not considered overparked. However, theoretically, they could propose less seats and thereby reduce their parking numbers if there were to be interested in doing so. The second portion of the request, A21-20, is a series of design adjustments to the Avenue 4-lane divided street type and commercial streetscape type requirements of UDO sections 8.5.2.c and 8.4.6.b for Spring Forest Road. First is a 7-foot design adjustment so as to maintain the existing 90-foot right-of-way when a 104-foot right-of-way is required. Second portion of the request is a 1-foot design adjustment so as to maintain the existing 5-foot wide sidewalk when a 6-foot wide sidewalk would otherwise be required. Thirdly, a 3-foot design adjustment so as to maintain the existing 3-foot wide planting area when a 6-foot wide planting area is required. And lastly, as part of their design adjustments, complete relief from the tree planting requirement when trees planted 40 foot on center would be required as part of this change of use of a 7,470 square foot building. And then the last of the bundle of requests for this site is A-22-20, which is a design alternate to UDO section 8.3.5.b.2, which requires pedestrian access to be ADA compliant into the site in order to retain existing pedestrian access from the building to the sidewalk along Spring Forest Road as part of this change of use of the 7,470 square foot building to a restaurant and health club for this 1-acre site, zone commercial, mixed use 3, parking limited, and conditional use, and located at 913 Spring Forest Road. This is the site plan. Pretty much reflects the aerial image for the most part that was shown on the previous slide. Staff has no additional comments. I believe transportation has nothing else to add unless the board has questions of staff at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hodge. Any questions from the board for Mr. Hodge or for transportation?
I got one question, Eric. So as it relates to ADA compliancy, what is non-compliant about that now? I assume it's non-compliant, but what is non-compliant about it?
I believe it's the grade. The site has a little bit of topo, and it's about this sidewalk coming from Spring Forest Road into the site. Okay. And the building is where it is, the road is where it is, and they would need to utilize some switchbacks and some
all that
grading and whatnot, I think, to achieve the required slope standards to be ADA compliant. They're not seeking, the board is not granting them ADA compliance relief per se, but it's a requirement of the UDO that this pedestrian connection into the site be ADA compliant.
But they've got ADA compliant, or they've got handicap parking up on the building face on the north side, looks like, too?
They do.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Coontz, for that clarification. It's helpful. Anyone else? Okay, let's go back to Mr. Birch, please.
Great, good afternoon. Again, Chairman Swink, Michael Birch with Lonely Flow Partners. Just as a reminder, we have Frank Morrissey here on behalf of the owner applicant, as well as professional engineer David Dunn and architect Ted Van Dyke as well. If we could, would ask that the application presentation be included as evidence in the record. And then would also just note again that we need 4 out of 4 votes. So if there's any concerns, to please voice those. We'll do our best to address. So a little bit background on the project. I think it's helpful to understand what's going on. As Mr. Hodge mentioned, this is an existing building, Hollywood video. I think in an even more previous life, it was a Blockbuster video, and maybe most recently a Mattress Firm. But want to make note, we have submitted to the city, have gone through rounds of review on the site plan. We are not adding any building square footage. So we are not changing anything about the size of the building. This is just a pure change of use from a retail sales use, the Mattress Firm use, retail sales, into a kickboxing health club use, as well as either a large restaurant or maybe 2 smaller restaurant uses, but within the existing building. We are, and the developer has already made significant improvements to the building. Fortunately, I didn't have pictures in time to include them, but we do have the renderings that show you what a vast improvement has been made to the building. That there are, I think the last 3 slides show kind of renderings of the proposed building. But essentially all of these requests are because we are dealing with an existing developed site where we're not changing anything about the building, and we're kind of dealing with a site that was developed under previous regulations. And as a result, because the UDO does not have really any kind of clear triggers of when certain regulations are required, when an applicant's required to comply with them, they just get applied to every project, no matter the scale or intensity of the change. Of course, seeing this and the volume of the things that the board has to wade through because of that, the council has authorized the text change TC 1419 plot plan site plan, which would provide some clear triggers. That's now coming out of Planning Commission, but because there are leases signed and work ready to be done here, we just could not wait. But I will note that under its current form, we really would not be here for any of these requests. All of these would essentially be just essentially exempt from complying with these regulations. But here we are. And again, if I can kind of put the requests into 3 buckets: transportation, then we'll kind of just touch on the parking islands, as well as the outdoor amenity area. And so, let me see here. Eric, if you go to the next slide. Let's see, sorry. It's probably the 3rd slide. It's just the street view of the existing building from Spring Forest Road. You see that sidewalk that is coming from the existing building and parking lot area down to Spring Forest Road. That is, again, some pretty significant grade, between about 15% to 20% grade, because the sidewalk is where it is, the building and the parking lot is where it is. If you go to the next slide, one more, sorry. Next slide. Yeah, that's kind of another side view of kind of the grade in that area. And you can see the 2 or 3 steps that are in that pedestrian path. But as already mentioned, it is not ADA accessible because of the grade. We really can't do anything to change the grade. It would require extensive switchbacks, removal of trees and significant grading in that area. But as was also noted, it's not an exemption from all ADA compliance. We are complying with ADA standards as required. We are providing handicap parking spaces, et cetera. It's just this one UDO provision. The other transportation-related requests are maintaining the current right-of-way and cross-section for the existing sidewalk and area, and the trees that are already planted on the kind of call it inside, outside of the sidewalk. There's trees that meet the street tree requirements. We think we have 4 within that area. Eric, if you could go to the site plan. You can't see my cursor, but related to the drive aisle width, again, there are existing islands on this site and existing parking spaces. So the 2 instances where we have a width less than 22 feet, if you're coming off Spring Forest Road and then taking a left into the site, the first kind of independent island you come into, that's about 19 feet in width there. And then as you go down to the next one, that's about 19 feet in width in that area. Again, those are existing islands, existing parking spaces, existing drive aisle that is subject to cross-access easement requirements, maintenance requirements that would be difficult to change. But again, they've been operating quite some time and would be onerous to bring that into compliance in those areas. Now, just note in both of those situations, there aren't really the opportunity for any conflict of other cars, 2 cars reversing into each other because of the existence of those islands. It's not like they're across from other parking spaces. So let's go to the parking islands. Still on this site plan, the 2 instances where we require relief are in front of the building, kind of in front of the main entrance to the building where we have 13 parking spaces, as well as along the north side of the property where there are, I believe, actually 26 spaces. As Mr. Hodge mentioned, we are at our minimum required amount of parking spaces, so it's not like we have an excess number of spaces on the property. We did lose 1 parking space from along that northern area from 27 down to 26. And so we actually had to reduce our allowed seating for those restaurants. So we've already reduced it some and would have to reduce it further, which would, again, really impact the use of the existing building, given the existing site and how it's improved today. I will note, kind of go back to the aerial of the site. There is existing trees. One of the intent behind those parking islands is to screen the view of large parking fields from the public right-of-way. But given the grade relative to Spring Forest Road, much of that parking area, certainly the northern parking area, is not visible from Spring Forest Road, and there are multiple trees along Spring Forest Road to help screen the portion of the parking lot in front of the building, including other kind of islands that will be landscaped. So let me touch on primarily the outdoor amenity area requirement. So the code requires that 10% of the site be set aside as outdoor amenity area. And some of the requirements, the ones that make this site difficult to comply with, the fact that the outdoor amenity area must be ADA accessible, and it must be at least minimum 10 feet in width in kind of every dimension. But I will note that it's not required to be amenitized in any way. It just kind of has to be those standards. Doesn't have to include benches or anything else. In terms of what's existing kind of on the site today, if you could go to the site plan, if we did not have to comply with that ADA accessible requirement or that minimum 10 feet in width, we could get to that amenity area number. For example, the sidewalk that goes around the sides and the front of the building, much of that cannot be required as or counted as outdoor amenity area because it's not that minimum 10 feet in width. But what we are doing is providing outdoor seating kind of on the south side, the Spring Forest Road portion of the building, on the north side of the building, kind of in that landscape island. Kind of on the west side, we are providing a bench. Again, I could identify for you some other areas that would go towards outdoor amenity area, but they would not meet that accessibility requirement. And again, as I noted, the sidewalks, we wouldn't meet the 10-foot requirement. But with being able to count the sidewalks and the area kind of along the west side of the property, adjacent to that other property, we could get to just over 3,000 square feet of outdoor amenity area. So again, it would be a hardship to provide additional outdoor amenity area. It would result in a loss of parking, especially when much of the site, even though it's not designated as outdoor amenity area, kind of is serving the same purpose, and we are not proposing any changes as a part of the site plan. And again, this variance is tied to this change of use in this site plan. So again, our unnecessary hardship is the fact that we're dealing with an existing site, existing building. It's just a change of use. The amount of improvements are very minor, but it is triggering regulations that would have a significant adverse impact on the property and the ability to use this building for something other than retail sales. So again, we have our applicant, civil engineer, architect on the line if there are any questions that the board has.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? I do have a couple. You said you wanted to be sure if there are any reservations about the variance. I am, as you can imagine, concerned about the absence of trees in the parking area. And could you speak to the seating requirements in the restaurant and how that, and I understand the relation to the parking requirement, but I would trade out seats to get more trees. And it's not just to screen the parking, it's really to provide amenity relief, a shade relief. Trees are pretty important. So talk to me a little bit more about that. I think you're gonna have to convince me on why parking is more important than the trees, please.
Understood. So there is currently, again, 52 parking spaces on the property. And I was just pulling up the parking requirements. So for indoor recreation, it's 1 per 300 square feet. And then for restaurants, it is the greater of 1 space per 5 seats, or 1 space per 150 square feet. Given kind of, and the way that there's not an express requirement that you provide seating for outdoor dining. And there's not because parking is done on most uses on a square foot, per square foot building area basis, that would not capture outdoor dining. So the way they do that is by applying the seat standard. And so really, to the extent that you are going to provide outdoor seating, in many cases, the parking requirement, when you do it by the seating ratio as opposed to the floor area ratio, is going to give you the higher number that you have to go with. And so, given kind of where we are in the world, the demand for outdoor seating, but also as a way to improve the site in terms of its look, feel, and trying to play off some of the outdoor seating on the adjacent development to the west. They are providing that outdoor seating, but that is triggering the higher parking requirement. Again, I think the seating or doing the parking by the seating calculation is important because of the need for outdoor seats for really any restaurant use at this time. I will note that we are landscaping the existing islands. There is a lot of existing landscaping, but you know, I think we can talk about that. But for every island that would be provided, that's 2 spaces, which is a minimum of 10 seats that would be kind of removed from the restaurant use. And in addition to kind of the cost that comes with that parking island, putting that parking island together. Again, if this was a situation where the applicant was expanding the building, adding gross square footage, or really making any other changes to the site, I think that, you know, we could have a conversation about what's reasonable, you know, what kind of has a rational relationship to what's being proposed. But given the existing site, the existing building, and really just being a change of use, and the importance of the outdoor seating, that's why we are asking for the relief. And I'll just note that you know, my read of the pending text change is not adopted yet, hopefully within the next month for my sake and y'all's sake, but that this island requirement would not be imposed, given the nature of the change of use. I will just open it up. I would ask, you know, whether David Dunn or Ted or Frank have any other comments on that point.
Anyone else on that? I've got follow-up questions, but if you do, be sure to unmute yourself.
Yeah, this is John Coons, Rodney. I'm with you on the trees, but you know, I'm okay if there's commit to put the trees as opposed to just regular landscaping in the existing islands that are already on site. I don't have a problem necessarily with the break in every 10 if they were commit to, you know, like you said, I mean, you like the trees, but I could get on board if they want to go ahead and commit to trees in the existing islands that are there. I think I see one out in the middle and then one up by the building. If that was the case, I think you're probably appropriately treed.
Well, I think when I look at this and then combined with the design adjustment, complete relief from the tree planting that's required, I'm not sure what would be required, but the notion of complete relief from that. So I think we're taking out trees from parking, and then we're asking for complete relief for tree planting. Then we're reducing the planting strip from 6 feet to 3 feet. It sounds to me like we're really narrowing down the planting, and that concerns me.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, this is Michael Burke. So I just want to touch on the request for quote unquote complete relief for street trees. It's not the number of street trees, it's the location. that they not be between the existing sidewalk and the back of curb. Again, this existing section along Spring Forest Road is harmonious from, the Falls of Neuse intersection all the way down to, was that Sandy Forks Road, where it's a uniform 3-foot wide planting, grass strip, 5-foot sidewalk. The code would require, again, if this was like a new development, for you to have from the back of curb, a 6-foot wide planting area. That's wide enough to accommodate a tree. And that's why they would then say, okay, then have your tree in that planting area. But because the existing is 3 feet and it doesn't make sense from a streetscape standpoint to have, this kind of 100-foot linear foot section of property go from a 3-foot to a 6-foot planting area. Additionally, it's a DOT road. They don't like trees that close, but this is a good view of the trees that are along the street. They are planted there because it is an NCDOT road. So I want to be clear that we're not asking to get out of planting street trees or trees along the street. It's just really about the location of them. But as you can see, there are, 4 to 5, not 6 trees, which the code would only require 2 in this case, given our linear footage along Spring Forest. And I'll just
thank
say
you.
we can
Thank you. That helps to explain it.
Yeah, and we can commit to planting, trees in those existing islands as well.
Sorry, say that last thing again, please.
I said that we can agree to a condition of approval that requires us to plant, trees in those existing islands. I think that was Mr. Kuntz, raised that, and just so there was no kind of misunderstanding from the board standpoint, if you go back and look at that site plan, we do have islands that are interior to the site where we can plant new trees.
Yeah, I think going by the intent of a lot of those parking lot islands is to, as you said, Rodney, and others have alluded to provide relief and shade relief. And if they would commit to that, I could certainly get on board.
Okay. Any other board member questions? Okay, staff, Mr. Hodge, you have any questions for the applicant?
I have nothing additional.
Okay, great, thanks. There was no one who signed up to speak in either support or opposition to this, so we'll take it back to our final go-round. Last chance for board questions. Mr. Birch, anything further from you?
No, sir. Not other than that proposed condition.
Okay, thank you. And again, Mr. Hodge, you've already indicated no further questions. So we will close the evidentiary hearing and move it to the board for deliberations or a motion. I would like to see some intention about tree planting. I don't want to be prescriptive, but I think that providing the latitude that they're asking for, I'm willing to do if we can get some additional tree planting identified. So Mr. Kuntz, maybe you have a thought about what that would be, or anyone else?
Well, I'm not a landscape architect, but I can tell you that, so I can't get much more prescriptive than that. But I like the suggestion I made earlier that they would commit to, the appropriate size and scope tree plantings in the existing parking lot islands. I think is fine. I can't get much more specific than that, but I think that would probably alleviate some of your concern. The one right there, the one the other corner, I think is probably pretty appropriate. In other words, they're not bushes in the Raleigh. There's a tree there, which I think would help. The only cost to the tenant is that there's probably a little visibility they have to sacrifice, but it's pretty good topo there. I can see it.
Okay, so you're offering.
Okay with you, Rodney. I mean, it's more your concern than mine about the trees.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, John. And yeah, I think island planting, I look at those and they're pretty barren. So yeah, if we could get, I'm seeing at least the one island up towards the building in the corner, there seems to be a small tree in existence. I guess that's going to remain. So, Mr. Birch, perhaps you can help me. We've closed the evidentiary hearing, but I just have a question about location. I may need to reopen the hearing just to get clarification on what options are possible.
You can ask a question without reopening. And the one thing I would recommend too is don't we have Justin Rometta, the zoning administrator, on the line? I'm just thinking about from staff enforcing it to make sure the condition's clear enough. I would think about, as you were about to do, I think, talk about how many islands and what the requirement is specifically. So is it one tree in each island? So just remember that staff's on the line too, and they can help with make sure it's enforceable.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, I absolutely need to be that way. So I want to be reasonable about this. So looking at your site plan, Mr. Birch, could you suggest help us find an answer to this in terms of what you think could be done? Is I see one island. Are there other places that are absent trees?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. So I think what we could do is where there are islands that do not have trees, again, given the size of them, they don't meet the city's standard for parking lot islands. So I think, one tree as you're coming again into the site from that access drive off Spring Forest,
right.
There's that kind of, and you're seeing it, well, in the street, one of the street views, you see it in your near area, but I think there's 1, 2, and then I will say there is, so if you come from the access drive, I see the marker there so one there in that little area, one in the next one as you go there. As you go to the one at the corner of the building, we've already got a tree there.
Right.
And as you go west from there, we're actually removing the existing dumpster enclosure. And so I would say if there's an opportunity to plant a new tree in that area, there's already kind of existing vegetation along the property line, but in the area where the dumpster enclosure is being removed, I think we could plant one there.
Okay, and to appears to be the north property line where the 27 spaces are, on either wing, there's open space. I don't know what's already there. Are there trees there already?
There are trees on both kind of islands, at the end, and that does a good job. And then actually the portion of property behind the back of curb where there's parking spots are to the property line isn't wide enough to really, and there's a little bit of grade there for trees that is planted with shrubs, but kind of the two islands on the end of that parking area do have existing trees, and we can look to see if there's an opportunity to place something there if it kind of meets the appropriate spacing guidelines.
Well, thank you. Okay, I don't want to belabor this, but I'd like to get clarification of what's possible. So thank you. So clarifying that, and Mr. Rometta, you can back me up. If the spaces that were identified, right, the entry island off the first entry, the second island, and then over in the area where they're removing the dumpsters, that would be 3 areas for tree planting consistent with city planting standards. I'm not sure what the language needs to be. Mr. Rometta, can you help me with that, or someone?
Can we just, hey Rodney, it's Ted Van Dyke. I know we have our landscape architect on the call today. Maybe he can give us a recommendation. Because I think it's going to have something to do with what's going to live in those planting areas and the size of them and their exposure. So maybe Mr. Dunn can jump in and help us a little bit.
This is Justin Rometta. I would say that what the code would typically require is a shade tree planted in each island. Shade tree is defined as something expected to reach 35 feet in height and planted at a minimum of 10 feet in height and 3-inch caliper. Now that's assuming that the islands meet, the as Mr. Dyke noted, have enough room to grow, and assuming the islands meet the square footage, which is typically like 300 square feet. So I'm not sure how big the existing islands are, but that's what the code would typically require for these type of plantings.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dunn, can you help us?
I'm actually a professional engineer, not a landscape architect. I could consult with our landscape architect that we have in-house to determine a tree and then work with staff to figure out what would be the best trees for those locations. I do have concern that that first island coming into the site might not be large enough. It looks pretty small. We'd have to pull out a scale and measure it, but I think the other locations seem realistic, and I think that we may be able to put one there. We would have to work with staff to figure out what the best tree for that location would be.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, this is Michael Birch. I mean, if we could go with either a shade or an understory tree, again, which would I think require less area than a shade tree, kind of having that option given the size of the planting area.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Dunn. What I'm going to offer is a condition. I would suggest, again, we have to look at these in order. So I want to be sure condition I'm offering is in the right place. So the condition I offer is probably going to be in the design adjustment section. So unless there's further questions from the board, we close the evidentiary hearing. I'd like to move to the discussion, deliberation, and motion phase, starting with the variance. And again, we'll need 4 votes on the variance. So the condition I'm thinking falls in the second item, not in the variance. So entertain a motion for this one.
Motion to approve the variance.
Thank you. I have a motion to approve from Mr. Koontz. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisill. Any further discussion on the variance? Then we'll move to a roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Mr. Koontz?
Approve.
Ms. Rudisill?
Approve.
Chairman Swink?
Approve.
Mr. Sutton?
Approved.
That makes 4. Thank you.
Thank you. And to the design adjustment, I would move approval with a condition that in the 3 areas identified, that the applicant work with staff to identify appropriate tree planting, appropriately tree species and planting that meets planting requirements of the city. So I'm going to leave it open. So I'm not going to specify shade tree or understory, dependent on what fits the requirements per the city standards. I think that will dictate the answer. So that's my motion with my condition, if that's clear enough.
I would ask Justin Rometta if that works for you for plan review.
Yeah, I think the language shade or understory tree would be helpful in the condition, as those are both defined terms, so that would give staff something to work with.
Excellent, excellent. I'll accept that. Very good. So shade or understory tree as part of the condition. And I need a second.
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Koontz. Okay, any further discussion on the design adjustment? Then we'll move to a roll call vote, please.
Okay. Chairman Swink?
Approve with a condition.
Thank you. Mr. Koontz?
Approve with conditions.
Thank you. Mr. Sutton?
Approve with condition.
Thank you. Ms. Rudisill?
Approve with conditions.
Thank you.
Okie doke. All right. Now the design alternate, last one. I move approval.
John Koontz.
Mr. Koontz, thank you for your second. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll go to a roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Chairman Swink?
Approve.
Thank you, Mr. Koontz.
Approve.
Ms. Rudisill?
Approved.
Mr. Sutton?
Approved.
Thank you. That makes 4.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Birch. Thanks for your patience working through all that. Let us move along to our last case, evidentiary hearing number 7. Before I introduce this, we've been at it another 2 hours. I'd like to plow through unless there's a discomfort level that requires a break. Speak now.
Let's plow.
Let's move.
Let's roll.
Groan or move along. 11008 Ingleside Place. This is Sinks Properties LLC, the property owner, BOA 0025-2020. This is a variance. So again, we'll need 4 votes. And we have our attorney back, but we have new witnesses. So Ms. Hill?
Yeah, you have 2 new witnesses. The first you have Mr. Jane. I don't want to mispronounce your first name. I don't know if you're on the line.
Mr. Jane just joined, but the audio is not connected, so I can't connect. I'll try to chat to help them get connected.
Okay, let's go ahead and do Mr. Daniel McGlammy.
Unfortunately, the same thing is happening with Mr. McGlimmy.
Okay, I think we can proceed. I would say, Mr. Birch, these are, I believe, can you confirm these are witnesses for your case?
Oh, Michael
Birch.
Yep, sorry, I was on mute. Yes, they're both witnesses. One's our civil engineer, the other's the owner.
Okay, well, we can proceed and then you can call them as needed during your case, if that works for you.
Absolutely.
Okay, proceed, Mr. Chair, reminded to be affirmed their oath if they testify.
Absolutely, we'll get good. Okay, Mr. Hodge, let's go again on this one.
Apologies for the typo here on the slide. The property is 11,008 Ingleside Place, not Drive, as I've indicated on this slide and the next. BOA 0025-2020 is a request for a 50,372 square foot variance from the forestation requirement, as well as the requirement for forestation areas to equal at least 1/5 of the total gross land area as set forth in sections 9.1.9.a and 9.1.9.a.1 of the Unified Development Ordinance in order to permit an approximately 42,600 square foot general building on a 2.89 acre parcel zoned commercial mixed use, parkway, and urban watershed protection overlay district, again located at 11,008 Ingleside Place. As you can see, this portion of town is covered with the urban watershed protection overlay district. It's essentially applicable on the east side of Falls of the Neuse Road, and north of Durant Road, generally in that area. It's affected a little bit by the reorientation of New Falls of the Neuse Road, but it's generally the area up near Wake Forest. It's a drainage basin that's an intake point that protects an intake point below the dam at Falls Lake. That was at one time contemplated for use by the town of Wake Forest as a water source, a municipal water source, prior to Wake Forest joining forces with the city of Raleigh to supply water. So this protects the area once water's been let out of the dam, as well as water flowing into that area from this surrounding area. And it generally requires 40% of the site be set aside either for tree conservation and or tree planting for sites that don't have at least 40% of the site forested to begin with. And that requirement did not exist for the urban watershed, this one we're speaking about, prior to the adoption of the UDO in 2013. Fast forward to around early 2015, I believe, is the first time we saw any property subject to this requirement approach the board for relief from that requirement. I would note that in the responses, the staff responses to the 4 variance considerations, we had indicated that the current property owner had purchased this property after this was in effect. However, they did purchase it after this rule was in effect, but not in 2018 as we had originally indicated. They changed the name of their limited liability corporation at that time, which made staff believe there had been a change in ownership, but it was just a change in corporate name. So when they did purchase it in 2015, this requirement was in existence, and there had indeed been already some BOA activity on this requirement. So it was in effect at the purchase time of the property. The property was purchased. As you can see there's a mix of open areas as well as some treed areas along Forest Pine Drive on the site. The applicant's plan and the amount of forestation required to be set aside or planted for the urban watershed clearly are in conflict. The applicants could scale back the proposed project and set aside 40% of the site to comply. However, that would only leave 60% of the site for development, but that is a requirement for this portion of town at this time. Here's the proposed site plan. Again, the building, 42,600 square feet. It's a 3-story building. So the footprint doesn't look very big, but unfortunately the parking requirements associated with that use and that amount of square footage do eat up a significant portion of the site, leaving them short the requirement in terms of tree conservation. I'll let the applicants go into the particulars regarding their parking requirements and their proposed tree set-asides, and that would conclude staff's presentation unless you have any questions of me at this time.
Great, thanks, Mr. Hodge. Any board member questions for Mr. Hodge? Okay, let us move along to Mr. Birch. Welcome back.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And appreciate Mr. Hodge's presentation. If you could go to the next slide, please. Well, that's our application and our presentation be included in evidence in the record. And
okay.
And would also ask, since this does require all 4, for us to have a discussion kind of at the end prior to a vote. So this, actually, if we could go one more slide up, please. Yep, there we go. Perfect. Thank you. So, members of the board, you all have kind of come on to the board, aside from Mr. Mile, who's not here, have come onto the board in an odd time relative to this forestation requirement. Because of that, I want to give some history of the 40% requirement, a little bit of history of how the board has treated that in past cases, and then also give you some history on the parcel because that's relevant to why we are where we are. But I'll try and do that in a timely way. So Mr. Hodge touched on some of these things. Our city of Raleigh regulates 3 watersheds. 2 of them are quote unquote reservoir watersheds that are water supply watersheds from which we get our water. That is the Falls watershed and the Swift Creek watershed. There's then this third watershed, which is termed the urban watershed, that is not associated with any water supply watershed. It is, not being used for potable water for any jurisdiction at this time. A little bit of history, as Mr. Hodge mentioned, this was once a part in the Wake Forest prior to the merger of utilities back in '05. This was in the intake that was being protected was under the control of Wake Forest. They petitioned to classify the Richland Creek watershed, this watershed, as a water supply watershed. The city of Raleigh actually filed a declaratory judgment action to appeal that because of the impact that it would have on development in this area. But the urban watershed in this area came to pass, and an ordinance was adopted in 2005. But it's important to know that in 2005, the 40% forestation requirement was not applicable to the urban watershed, not applicable to this property. And so between 2005 and 2013, when the UDO was adopted, a significant amount of development occurred in this area, probably the fastest growing part of the city, and none of it was subject to a 40% forestation requirement. In fact, in the UDO, the watershed regulations clearly state that property zoned, urban watershed can be up to 70% impervious, have 70% impervious surface. I also want to note that state law doesn't include a forestation requirement for this watershed like it does for Falls and Swift Creek. And all of that is kind of evidence of the fact that when the UDO was adopted in 2013, this forestation requirement was not in the watershed regulations, and it's not there today. It was a mistake as a reference in the tree conservation regulations, where it used to just reference the Falls and the Swift Creek, the reservoir watersheds. They included a reference to the urban watershed. And so it was determined, even though it was a mistake, they had to apply this 40% forestation regulation. Well, because it was largely unworkable on every single remaining undeveloped parcel in this area, the board has seen over 30 variances to the forestation requirement. It has approved nearly all of them, including residential and commercial properties, including those less than 2 acres in size, greater than 2 acres in size. But I want to put in the record and assure the board that this was not intended. The council has actually initiated a text change that's being discussed in Growth and Natural Resources to alter this regulation, because as it stands today, it's in conflict with state law. And it's not about protecting a water supply watershed. And I just want to emphasize that. So the history of this parcel. This parcel was part of a commercial subdivision with case number S808, part of the commercial Wakefield Park subdivision that included over 50 acres of land in it. Again, 2008, forestation requirement was not in place, did not apply to this property. Tree conservation did, however. And so among the 50 acres, which includes this parcel, what appears to be a vacant parcel on the north side of Ingleside Place, but that's actually developed for an office building, medical office building now, west to kind of the middle of the creek, and then south to kind of where you see the page stops. That's about the 52 acres that were included in this large subdivision. And it allocated tree conservation, and you can see on this parcel that there's a tree conservation area along Forest Pines Drive. It's about 7% of the site, but that is recorded tree conservation that was designated so as to comply with the entire 50 acres tree conservation requirement. As a part of, once the subdivision plan was approved in 08, essentially all of this land, except for the 10% tree conservation area, an area in the floodplain, the entire site was clear cut, including the balance of this site. Infrastructure was put in place, Ingleside Place, and as a part of that subdivision process, there is a shared stormwater facility. You can see it kind of in the bottom left-hand corner behind the apartments. It is a kind of a wetland pond device. That stormwater device provides stormwater compliance for this parcel as well as the other parcels within the subdivision. This just happens to be the last undeveloped parcel in this subdivision. But it's a shared facility. There's infrastructure in place to serve this lot from a stormwater standpoint. And additionally, because there's a stormwater facility in place, each of the lots in the subdivision was actually allocated impervious surface. That was a requirement for a shared device, that you had to allocate each lot a certain amount of impervious surface so that each lot didn't go over and then throw the whole thing out of compliance. And this was actually recorded on a plat in Book of Maps 2008, page 2106. And this lot was allocated 2.06 acres of impervious surface, which turned out to be about 71.2% of the parcel. So on a recorded plat, derived from the stormwater calculations, a part of this approved subdivision, this lot was allocated 71.2%. It could be impervious. And again, that pond wetland was already sized, designed to handle runoff for that amount of impervious surface. And again, the stormwater infrastructure is in place to handle the runoff associated with 71.2% impervious on this lot. And so from 2008, kind of the basis of the bargain for this parcel, as evidenced by the recorded map, was kind of set in stone in 2008, allocating this parcel 2.06 acres of impervious surface. That, you might imagine, is very different than what would be allowed under this 40% forestation requirement, where essentially only 60% of the property could be impervious. And so that is kind of the history behind why we're here. I want to note that between 2015, when the board first started to see cases, variances to forestation, through the end of 17, the board approved over 30 cases to this forestation requirement. In some cases, not requiring anything. In some cases, requiring what the applicant offered. In this case, if you go to the next slide, as a condition of approval of the variance, if the board is so inclined to approve, we would ask for a condition of approval that the site provide a total minimum of 20% forestation that would include the area that is designated as tree conservation on the site, as well as the area outside of that, 12% that would be either tree conservation area or forested area, which means it could be graded and then replanted. We're happy to have some more conversations about that. If you go to the next slide, you can kind of see on the left-hand side of the page the tree conservation area that's been preserved, kind of those tall pines, and then you just see some brush that has grown there but is not within the tree conservation area. And then if you go to the next slide, that is our site plan. On the right-hand side along Forest Pines Drive, you see the tree conservation area. Behind that area, between the back of curb and the tree conservation area, you see an area that would be forested, planting of new trees, as well as along the north side of the site, along Ingleside Place, between that and the parking lot. There's an area on the south side of the building that we could provide as forested area that kind of coincides with some outdoor amenity area, as well as the landscape islands. And then there's also a portion of the property along the south side that's outside of an easement, kind of along that drive aisle, but on the very bottom of the site. So we think that providing 20% forestation, again, with a mix of conservation of existing trees as well as the planting of new trees, addresses the spirit, purpose, and intent. This property and this building is a proposed medical office building. Medical office has a higher need than regular office for parking. Case in point is the property on the north side of Ingleside Place that was developed as a medical office building, but has not been able to rent some of its space because of a lack of parking. And it was that lack of parking that results from trying to comply with this forestation requirement. So we can't construct a building that is reasonable in light of the other medical office buildings in the area and the size of the parcel and kind of the bargain from 2008 and the impervious surface allocated to it without this variance. And again, there's a tenant in place, Raleigh Medical Group, who is looking to provide services here that are not provided in the area. This is unique to this property. Even though the urban watershed applies to a very large area, a significant amount of the urban watershed was developed prior to the application of this 40% forestation requirement. As you can see, this is one of really the last remaining in this area vacant parcels that's being subjected to this now. It's not like the city's going back to every other property that's already developed and saying, oh, you've got to start tearing out parking, to meet the forestation requirement. It's only these that are coming in for new development. And again, in 2015, when this property was purchased by the current owner, this was at a time, really right around the time that it was first being realized that this mistake was in place and that the rule was 40%. It was also at a time that the city was recognizing that it was a mistake and that the Board of Adjustment was approving these variances because it was a mistake. So I want to speak to kind of the spirit, purpose, and intent of the ordinance. Really, it's hard to say that there is any intent when there is kind of a mistake in place, because this isn't included in the watershed regulations. And again, there is a recognition in the code that deforestation should not apply to areas designated in the comp plan for more than 30% impervious. Now, why this site there's not a comp plan provision that says this, but the code itself says this property could be developed for up to 70% impervious. And according to the subdivision, it could be developed for up to 71.2% impervious as shown on the plat. So there's nothing about this variance that is asking for relief from complying with stormwater. We will remain in compliance with the stormwater regulations. We will remain in compliance with the tree conservation regulations. We've already demonstrated compliance with that through the earlier subdivision. This isn't about water quality. But again, in recognition that we already have TCA and that we do have area on the property that we could plant in accordance with the forestation standards, we are offering up that condition of 20% forestation. One last note, if you can go back, Eric, to that first aerial that shows the wider area. Much of the area on the west side of those apartments is within the floodplain. Of this initial subdivision in 08, 33% of the area, a little more, was in the floodplain. And so when you think about kind of compliance on an overall scale, given the amount that's in the floodplain, even though it might not count towards forestation because it's a stormwater facility or something else, but given the tree conservation that's located south along Common Oaks Drive, when you go back and look at this subdivision from 2008, it's very close to meeting that 40% forestation standard overall, even though it wasn't in place. So we think taking that into account as well, helps meet the spirit, purpose, and intent of this mistaken reference that's causing compliance issues in the urban watershed. Again, our engineer, Dan McGlamory, is on, the owner, Manoj Jain is on, and we're here to answer any questions that the board may have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Birch. Board members, do you have questions? Did I understand, Mr. Birch, did you say that there's a text change under consideration that would address this urban watershed issue?
So, misspoke, they have not, there's not a text change number. This council, kind of immediately raised this issue. It was identified even back in 2014 as a part of the kind of omnibus revisions that needed to be taken care of, as something that needed to be changed. But this council has put that into committee and is actively talking about bringing forward a text change to, now we don't know what it will do. We don't know if it'll say back to 0%, but we do know that it can't be 40% because that's at odds with state law. But it does not yet have a text change number.
Thank you. Board member questions for Mr. Birch? Okay. Mr. Hodge, do you have any questions for the applicant?
I have nothing additional.
Okay. We had no one signed up to speak in support or opposition, so we can go back to, again, board, any last thoughts? Mr. Birch, any further comment from you?
Nothing other than if there is a concern that we defer.
Okay. Okay, then let us close the evidentiary hearing. And, well, I'll admit this, I had huge reservations when I first read this. So your presentation was very helpful in clarifying some of that, particularly about the urban watershed. Yeah, again, I have a an affinity for the value of trees and particularly in watersheds. So it was helpful to hear that conversation. And I also appreciate your offer of a condition addressing some of that, the reforestation need. So I'm not in love with this, but I can live with it under the circumstances. But I would love to hear if anyone else has any reservations or any concerns, to be sure Mr. Birch is fully aware of his position. Hearing none, you guys okay? All right. Then I appreciated your offer of a condition. As I understood it, my note taking was a little quick, but 20% forestation requirement, including the existing tree conservation area, plus, and then you highlighted other areas where tree reforestation could occur. I don't know if you were offering every one of those items or a collective percentage equaling 20% of the site. I wasn't clear what you were offering.
Yeah, I think really we were saying that this is Michael Birch. We're saying that pretty much all of those would be required to reach that overall 20%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so items as identified on the site plan, which I'm looking at and are clearly demarcated. Okay. All right. So anyone offer a motion? Need to move this along.
Sorry, I was muted. Motion to approve with the 20% contingency.
The 20% condition as identified on the site plan.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mr. Koontz. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second that motion. Justin Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? The motion and the second included the condition, so we will now move to a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Coates.
Approve with conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Approve with condition. Thank you, Chairman Swink.
I'll approve with a condition.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisill.
Approve with condition.
Thank you. That makes 4.
Okie doke, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you again, Mr. Birch. Let's move on to the last item. The last item of official business is the approval of the minutes. I had one thing I wanted to raise a question about and pull the minutes up. And it's on page 3, the first section at the top of page 3. It says, Chairman Swink turned the meeting over to the board's attorney, indicating that for the board's first remote meeting, the board's attorney will conduct the evidentiary hearings. Technically, that didn't happen. I conducted the evidentiary hearings unless I'm misreading that sentence. That's the only thing I hear, and it's the top of page 3.
Let me see. Oops.
Yeah, Mr. Swink, do you want to just scratch that sentence?
Yeah, that's easy enough to do. Does not change anything else.
First remote evidentiary hearing either. I think we're on month 4 or 5 now.
Yeah. You got that, Ralph?
I'm trying to get to the minutes while I have you on, so I can make that change on the Word version. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Oops. I have so many years of minutes on my backlog here.
Yeah, it's August 10th.
Got it right here. There it is. Okay, I'm going to actually, if with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to eliminate that sentence altogether. Just begin with Ms. Hill talking about her portion of the preamble.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
All right, that has been done.
Thank you.
I would just make your motion to approve with that amendment, whoever makes the motion.
Okay.
Yeah, I would entertain a motion to approve with that amendment.
Motion to approve without amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Coons, and a second.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion to approve and a second. It's on the minutes. So roll call.
Okay, Mr. Coons?
Approve with condition.
Thank you, Ms. Rudisill.
Approve with condition.
As amended. As amended. Chairman Swink?
Approve.
Thank you. Mr. Sutton?
Approved.
Good. Okay, that makes it.
Okay. All right. Catherine, anything from you today?
Nothing from me.
All right. Hey, folks, this has been a long meeting. Thank you so much for helping us work through this. We got to do it. This is what it takes to get the job done. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Great. And it's happening.
The first one was tough. It was kind of, who came out of the meeting. The first one was real tough. I mean that.
Yeah, Catherine, thank you so much. Catherine, thank you for carrying that first one. Man, that was something.
No problem.
Okay.
This is mediator.
Right, exactly.
Rodney, I'll send you some last meeting as soon as we adjourn, and then you can sign them at your leisure between now and tomorrow.
Okay,
All right.
sounds great.
Thanks, everybody.
Y'all take care. See you in a month.
See ya.
Everybody.
Bye.
But